Good morning, everyone. It's time to get the show on the road. So if you'd all like to find a comfortable seat, I'd like to welcome everybody. It's so good to see so many people here. It's just wonderful after 2 years of not being able to do this. For those of you that don't know who I am, my name is Amanda Ward. I'm the Executive Director for the Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board. I've been on board now for about 6-7 months. So I'm still learning a lot about the work that we do. I'm really thrilled to be part of such a wonderful team of people doing this work. So I'm going to hand you over to one of those people right now for a more formal introduction and start to this program, and that's Tracy Bauman. She's unfortunately not with us in person, but she's here, as you can see. So I'm over to Tracy.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see, just assuming everyone can hear me. I'll launch right into this. Welcome to the Floodplain Restoration Workshop hosted by the Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board. I'm the science manager at UCSRB, and I'm really sorry not to be able to join you in person. It's been several years since UCSRB has hosted an in-person event, and this is why. Illness is really good at throwing a wrench in things, but I'm really thrilled to see all of you there in person and wish I could be there with you. We're pleased to be able to provide this opportunity to gather and share ideas related to floodplain restoration because of the generous contribution from our partners. This conference was planned and launched with support from the Yakama Nation and the Bonneville Environmental Foundation. The Colville Tribes, Four Peaks Environmental, Priest Rapids Coordinating Committee, and the Rock Island, Wells, and Rocky Reach HCP tributary committees provided support for the in-person portion of the event. Finally, Wolf Water Resources helped to sponsor the evening social. So we encourage those of you who are there in person to stick around for the social after the workshop to enjoy some food, drinks, and what I'm sure will be a lively conversation. For those of you in person, behind your name tag, you'll find a drink ticket for the event. So don't lose that during the course of the day. We're working with a hybrid platform, so I have a few logistics to cover before we begin. To keep things running smoothly, online participants will not be able to unmute yourselves unless you're a presenter. If you have questions, please write them in the chat and we'll have someone in the room read your questions out loud. And we also ask that you use the chat only for asking questions or if you need to notify our tech folks that something's not working. But please refrain from carrying on side conversations in the chat just because it gets distracting for folks online. The presentation portion of this workshop is being recorded and it will be available on the UCSRB website within a few days of the event. Thank you all so much for being here to discuss the science and practice of floodplain restoration. We know there are many benefits to healthy floodplains, such as decreased flood intensity, increased water storage, and improved habitat for riparian and aquatic species, including salmon. We also know that restoring floodplain function comes with numerous challenges. Unfortunately, we have many dedicated and skilled people working in this field, some of whom have generously joined us today to share their research and experience. Our morning program includes talks from 6 leaders in the field of floodplain and river restoration. Janine Castro will start us off by laying the groundwork of how floodplains work and the benefits they provide to functioning ecosystems. The next speakers will then dive deeper into specific restoration approaches and considerations for designing and implementing floodplain restoration projects. After lunch, we'll hear about research and projects in the Upper Columbia region. And then we'll close out the afternoon with a discussion that allows practitioners, both in the room and online, to discuss the information that has been shared today and brainstorm challenges and opportunities for restoring floodplain protection in the Upper Columbia region. We're covering a lot of ground today, so in an effort to stay on time, we will remind speakers when you have 5 minutes remaining and when you have 1 minute remaining. Dave, who I just saw walking by on the side there, will hold up a little sign that says 5 minutes and then 1 minute, and then he'll start moving towards you with a giant hook after that. For online speakers, our tech wizards will give you a verbal cue, so they'll just kind of, a voice will emerge from the ether and let you know when you have 5 minutes left. Speakers, it would be great if you can try to save at least a few minutes at the end for questions. And then I want to remind everyone that we do have 30 minutes set aside for questions and discussion at the end of our morning presentations before lunch. So you're welcome to direct questions to any of the morning speakers during that time, or you can ask any of the presenters generally. So without further ado, I will hand the reins over to Janine Castro. She's a project leader for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Janine is a co-founder of River Restoration Northwest and a leader in the field of river restoration. Janine will start us off today by talking about floodplain reunification, the river restoration frontier. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And it's really funny that just like any good conference, everybody's sitting in the back. So I could see the table up in the front and all these small people in the background. So good morning to all of you. I'm really excited to be here. I wish I could be there in person, but I think it's fantastic that we can have all this inclusivity for folks who can't be there in person. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it off. And this morning, to kick off this whole workshop on floodplain science, which is fantastic. I think having a real focus this year on floodplain science is very timely. And so my talk this morning is going to be about floodplain reunification. And you can think about my talk being floodplain connectivity, and that's typically how we refer to it. But the more I thought about it, but you know, reunification is, in my mind, a much better term because it indicates that something's been separated, kind of artificially separated, and we're bringing it back together in a very meaningful way. And the connections are important, but I just like this idea of kind of reunifying something that has been fragmented. And we'll talk a lot more about that today. And river restoration frontier. Why river restoration frontier? I've been in restoration for about 30 years, and I really feel like this is the kind of the big thing that we are taking on as a restoration community, and we have so much more to learn. And I think the next 10 years, we're going to learn a tremendous amount about the type of work we're doing about the floodplain science. And why do we do this? Well, for those of us here today, it's primarily because we're looking at these floodplains through a salmon focus, through a salmon lens or a fish lens. And let's just dig a little bit deeper into this concept of fish and floodplains. My undergraduate degree is actually in geology. And so I love when I can go back to my geology roots, especially when I'm thinking about things like fish and floodplains. And so let's go back to the Middle Silurian. So this is about 420 million years ago. And you can kind of see the timeline on the side that this is when there was essentially very little land vegetation. And you can see moving through time that vegetation starts to appear. So in the Middle Silurian, we start seeing fishes separating out into different species. So a lot of evolution going on. And as we move into the Devonian, that continues, and you can see the vegetation starting to appear. And then as we get into the late Devonian, This is often referred to as the Devonian explosion or the Devonian transformation. And there was just a huge increase in the number of species on the planet, and particularly for fishes. So sometimes this is called the age of fishes. I would also argue it could be called the age of trees. But something that really struck me that we haven't talked about so much is floodplains. So as you can see, I've started highlighting those floodplains. It is also during this period that we start seeing a change in the Middle Silurian of streams that are wide, braided, shallow with braid plains to streams that are narrower and deeper, separated by vegetated islands and floodplains. And we start seeing finer soils and this kind of separation and the creation of multi-thread meandering and anastomosing streams. So maybe we could also call it the age of floodplains. And if we take this idea and kind of translate it onto the stream evolution triangle, which is a paper that Colin Thorne and I published in 2018. So this idea of hydrology and geology on the base of the triangle, but also bringing in as a kind of full partner biology as one of the main drivers for what our channels and streams and rivers look like. So if we bring in this concept of evolution and this kind of transformation, then you can kind of follow the same timeline on the stream evolution triangle, where biology really starts playing a very significant role in the way that we see and understand our river systems today. So we could even kind of draw a line, and the streams that fall below that line really don't have floodplains. They're more braid plains, just open kind of sediment. And if we're interested in floodplains, then we're really kind of above that red line. And it's the biology, engaging with the biology, that really drives these systems, because the river valley, the river kind of valley bottom is the domain of the river. But going back to kind of where we started with our fish lens, why are we interested? Well, in the Pacific Northwest, we're interested because of fish, because as we've learned, fish grow on floodplains. And many of you are probably familiar with this picture, and this is from Jacob Katz in California with Cal Trout. And this is just showing over a 3-week period how much larger juvenile chinook grow on a floodplain versus in the river or in a canal. And it's not just in California. There have been studies in other places around the US. There have been studies in Asia kind of showing the same patterns, that we have higher fish densities in these multi-threaded connected systems where we have intact floodplains. And so I will admit, this is where I kind of fell into a rabbit hole. I was like, well, if there are studies there, how far back do these studies go? And there's a really great paper that just came out last year from folks working on the Cosumnes River down in California. And one of their findings, and I think for this group in particular, a very important finding, is that the benefits to the aquatic food web and growth of native fishes justify the risk of stranding that floodplain restoration poses, particularly when supplemented without migration cues. Meaning if there is water kind of flowing into the system and the water is kind of dropping down in the river, those fish are finding their way out. And so they're saying, you know, it's worth it because those fish grow so much larger. Even if there's a small amount of stranding, that's probably worth the trade-off. And I know that's a big discussion for this group. Then I thought, well, I'm going to go back a little further. I'm going to see what I can find. So I went back to 2007, and this is a paper by Peter Moyle that I was not aware of until recently. And what they found in this paper is that relatively few fishes that use the floodplains for spawning or rearing became stranded, except for late season alien fishes. So non-native species got stranded. But again, they were looking at Chinook, primarily juvenile Chinook salmon. So some really good information out there that's been around quite a long time. We're looking at 15 years now. I thought, well, let me go back further. And so then I went back to 2001. Very similar findings. This focused more on how much fish grow on floodplains. So it's kind of same area, yellow bypass area now. And you can go back further. to 1987. You can go back to 1979 in Mississippi. And then when I got to this paper and I realized that there were papers referencing growth of fish on floodplains back to 1927, I thought, okay, I think I've gone far enough. But the science is there. And we are just, I think, really starting to take that on board as, the importance of floodplains to fish to salmon recovery. So let's go back to kind of our salmon lens. And we know that salmon really rely on floodplains. That's where the food source is. And when these systems had been connected, that's where a lot of the rearing occurred. And it's important for a lot of other species as well, species that the salmon depend on. But it's also important for those kind of top predators, for the whole trophic cascade. And this paper and a lot of the diagrams I'm showing you today are from a paper by Hauer and others in 2016 about gravel bed river floodplains. And I think the most important statement in that entire paper is that floodplains are the most endangered landform. Floodplains are the most endangered landform. Now we're talking about endangered species that are dependent on a endangered landform. And I think that really gets to the crux of our challenge, because all kinds of species are dependent on floodplains for their food, as are we. So I think it's kind of no surprise that these landforms that we are also dependent on that have been highly modified have had this huge impact in our river systems, because the valley bottoms the domain of the river. And there's this interconnectedness of floodplains, and we're really starting to see that they're not just these flat surfaces, right? They're not these uniform homogeneous surfaces. They're very diverse, and they're not just two-dimensional. We tend to think about channels and rivers as, this longitudinal water's going down the valley. We're really interested in the slope, right? And where the water's going. And then when we talk about floodplains, we often think about lateral connectivity, so moving out to the sides. But to me, the part that we're learning more about that is really exciting is the vertical. So what's happening below the ground and all of this kind of exchange that's going on. And it's this kind of three-dimensional system and really kind of four-dimensional with time. These complex kind of interactions that make this landform, I think, so critical for species. And there are a lot of studies going on about the importance of floodplains and floodplain functions and so forth. I think we know quite a bit about fish habitat and flood attenuation. So some of the things Tracy mentioned earlier, subsurface water storage. So I think we have we're learning more about that, but we've been studying that for a while. And some of the other things that are on the radar, some things that are being studied, denitrification, for example, or soil organic carbon. I think in the next decade, we're going to learn a lot more about these connections and how important they are. But I'm also interested in what else? What are we missing? Because we are missing things. And what we don't know is, well, what if we take one of these functions and we pull it out? What does it do to the interconnectedness? What does it do to the entire function of the system? And we don't know, but we have lost some of this, and we don't even know what it means. And I think that's kind of the frightening thing is we're not sure what's going to happen. So lots of room for additional research and study. And I think we're all fairly aware of, what's happened to our floodplains. They've been dissected and bisected. We've separated big chunks of the floodplain from the channels. We've simplified the channels. And the floodplain is really a shared space, as I showed on that diagram earlier with all those species, and that includes us. And because it is a shared space, I think we need to learn how to share it. So it's not going to work very well if we take all of it, but also acknowledging we can't, in many places, give up all of it either. So as a restoration community, how do we address this issue? How much space is enough space? There are places where maybe we decide not to work because there isn't enough room. And these are some of the fundamental questions in, I think, river restoration when it comes to kind of floodplain reunification. And while this is a challenge, this kind of dissecting and bisecting of the channel of the floodplain, we have another huge challenge in front of us. This comes from a paper back in 2019, a big study around the US at looking at the percent of flow on floodplains. So I've just spent, the first chunk of this talk talking about how important floodplains are for fish, other species, humans. Well, that kind of assumes that these floodplains have some water on them, that they flood. And what these researchers found is that when they look the hydrograph for the entire year, and I've just highlighted the Northwest there and it's in green, the dashed line is showing the annual hydrograph, all the water kind of coming off the landscape over the year. The green line on the bottom, that's the percent of flow on a floodplain. It's 4.2%. That's pretty low for lots of species who depend on this. The question that may come to mind, it certainly came to mind for me, is, well, what should it be? Should it be 30%, 40, 50%? The paper I showed you just a few minutes ago on the Cosumnes River, that section, the study area, that floodplain's underwater 50 to 150 days per year during that study. This is in California. That is a big chunk of time. And I think that is something else that we've struggled with in restoration, is this idea of connectivity of inundation for a day or two a year. And if you're a fish, it's hard to get out there and back in the channel in that amount of time. So if it's only 4.2%, what should it be? And then I thought about it and I realized, right now, that's probably not a worthwhile question, because I can say this with confidence, 4% is too low. We are at no risk of reconnecting too many floodplains. So we're not going to get to the point where we've connected too much. We might want to have some targets. And I think that's something that we could potentially work on. But this is a challenge in the Northwest. It's a challenge around the country. So how do we do this? So we can talk about kind of the science behind it, but we as kind of practitioners, what do we do? Well, I want to just kind of lay out very conceptually some ideas that hopefully some of the speakers after me will be touching on. So we look at this kind of idealized profile of a river system. So we've got in the headwater, this kind of source area where sediment, essentially water's coming from, the transfer zone in the middle. So everything's kind of moving through. So whatever comes in at the top is moving out the bottom. And then at the bottom end, we've got that accumulation zone. So this is the depositional zone where you can see at the bottom, this is our kind of contiguous or accreting floodplains. So when we talk about floodplains, we usually talk about it in terms of accretion of fine sediments. So in a lot of our work in restoration, and how many of us have been trained, is to design transport channels, these transfer zones. But now we're working specifically in these depositional reaches. And it's a different approach, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But from a fisheries, kind of through that fish lens, you can think about the transfer zones as kind of those migration corridors, and the depositional reaches being more kind of spawning and rearing habitat. Now, there's lots of overlap. That's just kind of a generalization, and why they're important, and why I'm not arguing that we should go doing work in other types of habitats, other types of stream reaches, but they all kind of serve a purpose. In my kind of 30 years working in river systems and restoration, there have been a lot of changes. But I think the single largest change that I have seen has been LiDAR. I really think that the availability of LiDAR, the decreasing price of LiDAR, has opened the eyes of the restoration community. And in the past, when I worked on design projects in the 90s, we'd have a total station survey, and we'd be happy, like, oh, I got 20,000 points. And we do cross sections, and we thought we had some idea of what floodplains looked like. And then LiDAR, the richness of what we could see, all these small channels etched into the landscape, I think really helped us visualize the potential of these floodplains. Not a flat surface with a single channel running through it, but much more complex. And having this available, and you're going to see examples of this later this morning, particularly from Paul Powers, I think this has really moved us dramatically forward in our work in floodplains. So let's go back to that diagram I just showed, this idea of a transfer zone and accumulation zone. Well, if we look through it kind of through the design lens, the way you kind of work in these systems is fundamentally different. So in a transfer zone, you might use a channel design approach, so more channel focused. But in the accumulation or kind of that depositional reach, you'd want to be using a floodplain design approach. Now, oftentimes it's a combination of the two, but I'm just going to kind of describe these more generally in kind of those two broad categories. So this is from a paper that was published a couple of years ago on river wetland corridors. And it's this really lovely graphic of this idealized cross-section of a river valley. So vegetation, there's wood in there. And so let's just kind of use this as an example. I want to go into this system and I want to do a restoration project. So let's take a channel design approach. So if we take a channel design approach, basically we figure out, we take a rock, like I need to move this rock. This is a transfer zone. I need to move this rock through the reach. And we do that by figuring out the kind of average size that we're trying to move. And then we have to make size the channel to make it narrow enough, deep enough, so there's enough force on the bed of the channel to keep this rock moving. And that's the focus. And so it's a channel, as I mentioned, channel focus. We figure out the size of that channel, how much water it needs to contain, and then any of the water that's left over, that can go out on the floodplain and connect it. This is where we end up with somewhere in that 1 to 2 year flow event held in that channel to move the sediment. This is for transport reaches, so it doesn't offer much connectivity. However, if we decide that we want to take a floodplain design approach, it's kind of exactly the opposite, because what I would call the channel design is it's kind of the inside out. Floodplain design, we're going to go from the outside in. And what I mean by that is with a floodplain design approach, we look at how much floodplain do we have available. Now, in this example, I'm showing that maybe we have the entire valley bottom. That's not always going to be the case, and maybe often it's not going to be the case. But we figure out how much room do we have? What's our design flow? So maybe we take a 50-year flow event that we need to put down this kind of river wetland corridor. So we start out with that. And then through that design process, working with the botanists and the soil scientists and figuring out how much inundation do we want? So what period of time? So like the Kasumis, are we looking for 50 days a year, 150 days a year? Is it much less than that? Is it more than that? What kind of vegetation? What does the vegetation community look like? All of these questions are really important, very focused on the biology. And once we figure that out, then the channels, whether there's one, several, or none, that's an outcome of that design process rather than the input. So now we're doing outside in rather than the inside out. But I want to maybe offer up a warning. So this idea of kind of channel design and floodplain design, as I mentioned, if you're working with engineering teams and so forth, there's going to be a lot of overlap in different tools that'll be used. But there is an area that we need to be very careful about. And this is the transition between the two. And I call this kind of the floodplain stripping area, where streams switch between being transfer and accumulation, transfer, accumulation. So as you can imagine, this line between the blue and green, it's not a hard line, you know, that you can go draw on a map. It moves. So it'll move downstream and upstream. And as flows change, a reach that is maybe typically a transport reach becomes depositional at low flow. And at high flow, it switches back to transport. And let me just show you what that looks like in a natural kind of setting. This is the Chetco River in southwestern Oregon. And the Chetco is kind of naturally kind of valley confined. You can see the nice vegetation along both walls of the valley. But the valley bottom is fairly narrow. So the Chetco deposits a lot of gravel along this reach, and it'll accumulate until there's about a 5-year flow event. And at a 5-year flow, it essentially strips everything off the top of those gravel bars, which are kind of the incipient floodplain. If we widen that valley out, we would get some floodplains forming. The vegetation never gets a chance to get large enough, mature enough to hold this material in place. The tops of those bars are stripped off, it resets it. So it's this transport deposition. And the reason I want to bring this up is because when we are figuring out for a project and we don't have the entire valley bottom, and maybe we have a levee, we need to figure out how much space. This is why figuring out how much space we need is so important, because we don't want to end up in a situation where we essentially have floodplain stripping happening all the time, not achieving our goals. So I'm going to wrap up here with just some definitions and a few resources for you. So connected floodplain systems, we can call them lots of different things. We could call them reunified systems. But for me, I really rely on 3 things, 3 indicators. Are there wetland plants, or wetland obligate species, or facultative species, which indicate that there is a water table at or near the surface? One of the things I think we should be thinking about is floodplain saturation, not just inundation, but saturation. So that bringing that water table up. So wetland plants, water table at or near the surface, and a depositional environment. And if we have those 3 things, we can be fairly well assured that we're a connected floodplain system. And you can call it connected floodplain system. You could call it a river wetland corridor, as we did in the paper in 2019, or you can call it stage 0. You are going to hear a lot more about stage 0 this morning. And for me personally, it doesn't matter what terminology you're using. Are we agreeing on our goals? So for your particular stakeholder group, you may use a different terminology, but let's just make sure we're kind of defining what that means. And for those of you who are interested in learning more about some of the kind of stakeholder engagement and so forth related to stage 0, and there's a really good document out there. There's a workshop in 2020, just a little over 2 years ago now, about river restoration to achieve the stage 0 condition. And since there's a very long address at the bottom, you don't need to remember that, but there is a good website that you can go to if you're interested in some of the documents I've just mentioned, the manuscripts. Is called the Stage 0 Information Hub. It's at stage0riverrestoration.com. And there are project examples there and lots of information, not just from the US, but from the UK and other locations as well. So with that, I want to leave you with this thought. That valley bottoms are the domain of the river. And we really need to expand our kind of field of view to encompass the entire valley bottom, that 3-dimensionality of these endangered landforms, if we are going to recover our endangered species. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Janine. That was very interesting. A lot to think about. Certainly It's great to think about things like this from the larger landscape or watershed. So we have a little time according to Dave. So or does anyone have a question for Janine? Yes.
Thanks, Janine. I'll just say I really appreciate the thought of working with our restoration ecologist to come up with a target for duration of floodplain inundation. We tend to do it the other way around and do the flow modeling and then let her know what kind, how much water she's going to have so that she can plan her plants accordingly. So thanks for flipping the thinking on that.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, because this came up, gosh, I can't remember how many years ago, at least 6 or 7 years ago for me. And I got a call from one of my colleagues, and I think in Washington, and they said, well, we're working with an engineering firm and we're doing this kind of floodplain reconnection. We want a lot of inundation, but they keep coming back with this design. Like they keep asking me, what size should the channel be? Like, because I said, well, the 1.5 year channel was too big. And so they said, well, what do you want? Like, how small do you want this? And so instead of answering that question, I said, well, let's turn it around. Let's not focus on the channel. Let's focus on what the floodplain is going to look like. And then by going through that design process and figuring out the floodplain, the vegetation, inundation, then the channel would be the outcome. And for me, that's what kind of triggered it to think about it, because we couldn't get out of this conversation like, okay, well, maybe the channel should be a 0.8 year flow event. Maybe it should be a 0.5. And it was really just the trial and error. And that just didn't seem to be answering the question that we had or the goal that we were trying to achieve.
Any other questions? We've got a.
Hello, Mike.
Hi, Janine. I was intrigued when you said when you were approaching things from the floodplain design perspective, you were looking at like you threw out a number of like a 50-year design flow. That seems really high to me. And I was, I'm wondering how you would think about that, or because I mean, the 50-year design flow for floodplain processes would, I guess, can you expand upon that, or?
Sure. Yeah, you're listening closely. That's great. I'm glad you caught that. When you're thinking about, so let's just turn around. Let's talk about doing a regular kind of channel focused design with a floodplain. So you decide, okay, I'm going to build a channel. It's a 2-year channel, put the flow in there. I'm going to figure out how much water's out of my floodplain, and I'm going to run my model looking at a 50-year flow, at a 100-year flow, and what are the effects? How deep is that water going to get? Is it going to erode the floodplain? It's kind of the same approach. When you're talking about floodplain inundation, what we're interested in is floodplains don't kind of turn over every 5 or 10 years, right? The sediment deposits out, we get vegetation, and during a 50 or 100-year flow event on the floodplain, if they're well connected and well vegetated, there's usually lots of deposition, but really very little scour. So that's why we're, kind of thinking about, well, this entire floodplain needs to handle these larger flow events, particularly in the face of climate change. So we want to, that's why kind of deciding, well, do I want to run this for a 50-year? You may want to do a 100-year. And I think as many of you know who deal with hydrology and engineering, the difference between like a 100-year flood and a 500-year, it's often just a few inches of greater depth. So it's just going through the process to figure out during these higher flow events, is that floodplain going to stay intact? Are those soils going to be there with the vegetation? We don't want to design a project where during a 10-year flow, all the soil gets stripped away. So it's, again, it comes back to that floodplain stripping issue. And so we really need to think about how large of an event are we trying to put down this floodplain. And oftentimes you're not going to be able to, we can kind of hypothetically say there's not going to be any channel. We're going to put all the water on the floodplain. And usually what you're going to find is that's too much water and you're going to have erosion. And the way we deal with that is we put in a channel that handles a lot of that water. And we have the floodplain, and it's this combination that handles the flow on the floodplain. But it really is, again, kind of looking at the roughness, how much vegetation, what types of soils do you have? So it really is kind of looking at the system more as a whole than we have typically done with channel design in the past. Hopefully that helps.
We had one question from the chat. What advice do you have working through regulatory conversations about stranding concerns?
I have to laugh because I worked in regulatory for a long time, and permitting, as I think many of you know, and once you do that, you never outrun it. I always get a permitting question, which is great. So one, I think when you're working through the permitting process, being really open upfront, bringing folks in early and saying, you know, we want to reconnect floodplains, and there is a stranding risk. However, the benefits can really outweigh that. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of publications. I think it might be reaching out to other offices. Let's say you have a colleague in a different part of the state or in another state, and they've done a project and they've made it through the permitting process, and showing the examples of where this has been done, where there are other listed species. And for those of us who worked, you know, in regulatory roles, one of the things we're very cautious of is setting up a precedent. So it's a lot easier if you can refer to another project, and maybe a project that's been monitored. That's fantastic. Sometimes it's just working with someone who's been in the regulatory system a long time and has that experience. And there are folks on the call today, and hopefully in the room as well, who have that experience, who can really help advocate for that project. And one of my close colleagues, when I was in a joint position with NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service for about 8 years. And one of my colleagues there, you know, his take was, if it's a kind of a reconnection to kind of a natural floodplain, there is going to be some level of stranding, but the kind of growth rates for the fish really far outweigh that. So it is kind of building that argument, but it's also building the relationship and having some assurances that you're going to be collecting the data. And then this is the thing I really like to do. When people get very concerned, the first thing is, you can't say, oh, don't worry about it, be fine. Just trust me on this. That tends not to work. But you can say, you know, I've heard your concern. We realize that this is a real issue, and having a plan in place and a contingency plan, saying, if maybe there's a low area, we're going to monitor this area. If there are fish stranded there, we're going to go in and we're going to do a salvage, a rescue, and move those fish into the channel. And then you can start working together to figure out how to handle this. And that really, I think, helps build the trust.
Thanks. I want to acknowledge there were a couple more that rolled into the chat sort of about how much space is enough, but we're going to save those until just before the break to keep on agenda if that works for folks. Want to acknowledge that.
All right, so we're ready to move on, Sarah? Okay, great. Thanks again, Janine. So our next speaker is Tim Beachy. He's a research fish biologist with NOAA Fisheries Northwest Fisheries Science Centre, and his presentation is on process-based principles for restoring river ecosystems.
Thank you. So I was asked to talk about process-based principles for restoration, so I thought I would obviously focus it on floodplains today. And I thought I would further focus it a little bit on climate change resilience. So I wanted to talk about how floodplains and all of their various attributes actually contribute to resilience to climate change. So the problem, obviously, as has been pointed out, is we've disconnected a lot of floodplains. So, oops, we have a lot of habitat diversity. Go back, there we are. A lot of habitat diversity on the left. So we have off-channel ponds, we have the main stem itself, some side channels and refuges of different types. And when we simplify it, obviously, we go down to very few kinds of habitat that supports a lot less fish, a lot fewer species, fewer life history types. And so we're losing a lot of attributes that are part of climate change resilience in a river ecosystem. And some of those are reduced channel movement. So it's not migrating and creating new patches or allowing old patches to grow older. So we lose vegetation diversity, we lose habitat area and diversity. You know, we're obviously just removing parts of the floodplain habitat and then reducing the diversity of it. There's different kinds of refugia on a floodplain for floods and for temperatures. We lose a lot of those and we lose flood attenuation. So when we're looking at the kinds of things climate change can do, like increased temperature or increased floods, the magnitude of floods, we want the river ecosystem to help salmon be resilient to those. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we do that with the process-based restoration. So the definition that we had in our original paper back in 2010 was to reestablish processes that sustain river and floodplain ecosystems. So we wanted a type of restoration that wasn't static. We wanted it to allow the river to move and recreate itself as it needed to. We want it to be self-sustaining so we don't have to maintain it. And we wanted it really to allow natural biodiversity to emerge, because at the time we were working on this, there was a tendency to focus on a single species. So we need Chinook habitat or we need coho habitat. And not every place in the river system is suitable for every species. So we wanted to have a restoration approach that would allow whatever species were supposed to be there to be there. And then also it increases climate change resilience through some of those attributes I just mentioned. So, and there are 4 principles. The first one is really the one to get. And if you get this one, the other 3 kind of just follow along. They're more there to help understand what that first one means. So we want to treat root causes of floodplain ecosystem degradation. And here I'm going to talk mostly about restoring incised channels, so bringing them up and reconnecting to them to the floodplain, or removing lateral constraints and connecting laterally the edges of the floodplain to the main channel. And then the next most important one is really we want to target local floodplain restoration potential. And Janine touched on this. Not every place in the river system is going to have the same kind of floodplain or the same size of floodplain, and it won't have the same channel pattern. You might want an island braided channel, but the river may not be suited for that in that location. So you need to pay attention to what's possible. And then these other 2 are really just making sure you're operating at the right scale and that you have some estimate or some understanding of what the outcome is likely to be. So some of the newer techniques, or they're not so new anymore, but we are intended to help better reconnect floodplains, and so that we're doing more to the river system than just modifying the habitat inside its current constraints. So here's an incised channel in Central Oregon. And we don't want to just be restoring this channel where it is. We want to be grading that channel. We want to be bringing it up. So we use tools like beaver dam analogs to trap sediment and bring that up and gradually raise the water table and gradually reconnect the floodplain. And Janine showed a diagram that I'll show a little bit later that kind of illustrates how the differences between an incised channel and a non-incised channel really create a distinct difference in climate resilience between the 2. So this is the diagram. So we have on the right, the top is the wet floodplain ecosystem, and on the bottom is the incised channel ecosystem. And what we have is a very high water table. And this picture in the lower left is another Central Oregon floodplain system where the water table is high and the channel is not incised. It's not necessarily in good shape, but it's not incised, and you can see that the valley is green all the way across rather than dry and brown as I showed in the previous picture. And that's because that water table is held high. The channel is up there and the water can't drain lower. It has to get out through the channel. So if we can restore these kinds of floodplains from the incised channel, we can restore floodplain vegetation, which happens fairly quickly, regain flood refugia, and then increased summer flow. That is a huge one in a lot of these drier systems, getting some of that summer low flow back and then decreasing stream temperature. So the other one that Janine just mentioned is stage 0 restoration. And here's just a sequence of pictures from White's Creek in Oregon. So this is the pre-restoration picture. This is sort of the in restoration phase where they've essentially scraped down the floodplain and allowed some new channels to be developed and then put wood across there so that it has some structure to work with as it redevelops. And then within a year or two, it starts to vegetate up and you can see what the channel form is going to look like. It's no longer a single channel squeezed against the side of the valley. It's a series of channels across the floodplain that have more habitat diversity. They have more flow because the water table is higher. They have different temperature regimes because there's hyporheic connection all the way across there. So we're creating things that help this system be more resilient. And so the reverse of the one I showed to start with is we're trying to regain these attributes like flood refugia and off-channel ponds and side channels of various sizes because they provide habitat for a variety of species and again for a variety of life stages. So we want to be able to support not just spawning fish in a main stem channel with no rearing habitat or no overwinter habitat. We want to have all of that together. And so restoring the floodplain helps us do that. So a couple of the ways that floodplain restoration increases resilience. This is the first one. It ameliorates a climate change effect or several climate change effects. And the top 2 rows are restoring the incised channel and restoring floodplain connectivity. And you can see that they're mostly yeses across the board. So what we mean by this is in the first column, for example, we say there's a temperature increase from climate change. If we take this action, can we limit or dampen that climate change increase? Can we reduce the amount that the temperature goes up? And the answer is yes for both of these because we're increasing the amount of water in the system. We're increasing the amount of shade to the system. And so we get more temperature reduction by doing either of these actions than we do if we don't take them or if we do something else like in-stream habitat restoration. So we still get some benefit from other restoration action types, but they don't ameliorate any of the climate change effects. So we have this series of things that we can work with. You know, the temperature increase is expected pretty much everywhere in the Northwest. Low flow decreases, very common across the Northwest. And then peak flow increases, especially in areas where we're losing snowpack. Those peak flows are going to go up a lot. And so we want to be able to ameliorate those effects to the extent that we can. And so a couple of the attributes, excuse me, of a reconnected floodplain that we have where we have a floodplain that, for example, has a number of side channels like these here. So this channel is moving this way and it creates these scroll bar channels. This is an old abandoned main stem. So the main stem used to be here and then it switched over to this side. So it leaves a large channel. We have some really old channels that have a series of beaver ponds. And so in this very short piece of river, we have this main channel and then we have side channels that are pond dominated. So really good overwintering habitat. We have these scroll bar channels that are mostly gravel. And so we have a lot of spawning habitat there. And then we have these young abandoned main stems, which are basically pool glide habitat. So the large main stem pools that were there are still there. They're kind of relic pools. So we have all kinds of things going on in this floodplain that really help salmon find a place to be. So in this place in particular, this is the Sauk River in Western Washington. We have a lot of Chinook and pink salmon spawning in the main stem. We have steelhead and coho spawning in all of these side channels. We have a lot of coho and steelhead rearing in these side channels, especially in these ponded areas. So it's a very important habitat location within the river network. We also have variable thermal regimes. So this is the same location, same study site, and this is the main stem. And you can see that its temperature regime has a strong seasonal variation, and then especially in the summer has a really high diurnal variation. So each day the temperature is going up and down a lot. And if we look at a surface water connected channel like this one, which is very good spawning habitat, it has the same temperature profile, almost identical, with very much the same seasonal profile, even down to the weekly and monthly level. And then the daily variation is also super high. If we look at a hyporheic flow channel, so this one's not connected to the main river with surface flow, but it is connected through the hyporheic zone. And so as the river goes up and down, we still have this seasonal variation, but it really dampens this temperature variation on the summer days. So it's not getting that heating and cooling. And so we have a very different temperature regime here. So if we're looking to avoid temperature extremes, this is one of the good places to be. And then we have groundwater fed channels, which are not really connected to the hypereoic zone either. And those have a very different seasonal pattern and very small diurnal variation. So these are places where we can get a lot of temperature refuge so that fish have a place to be, both in the summertime when it's hot, they need a place to go. And then also in the wintertime, when certain parts get very cold, it's nice to have a warmer place to be. And some of these side channel ponds can be warmer and better feeding areas in the wintertime. So then I just wanted to touch a little bit on population level effects. So this is an example for the Stillaguamish and the Snohomish basins, looking at coho salmon. And on the far right is a diagnostic scenario. That's what we call these, where we look at, if we restored all of the floodplain habitat, how much would we get? So we call each of these diagnostic scenarios because they represent the restoration potential. So above this line, so this is the current condition. Anything above this line is what we call restoration potential. So if you have a big bar, that means we've got a lot of room to improve. If you have a very small bar, it means there's just not much you can do to make that better within this particular basin. And so when we run a diagnostic scenario, this is with our life cycle model. We set each one of these to its historical conditions separately. So we'll start, for example, with setting all the floodplain habitat to its natural potential and run the model and see what the population does. Then we put the floodplain back to current condition and restore the beaver ponds and run it again. And then we put those back to current and do the large river restoration and keep going through those. So each one of these is an estimate of how much room there is to improve a population. And you can see, not surprisingly, this is for coho salmon, that if we look at the floodplain and beaver pond habitat in both basins are the highest one. And that's obviously because coho salmon really rely on overwinter habitat as one of their important life stages. And so when we can recover a big portion of this overwintering habitat for coho salmon, we get a big population response. Some of the things that surprise people when we run this model are things like the barrier removal does not have nearly as much effect as people expect. And the same with shade. And shade often tends to be this way. It tends to be lower than the expectation because when we think about shade in river basins, we tend to think about all the worst places we've seen, and we don't think about the bigger picture. And so a lot of our river basins have a huge amount of their stream length and their salmon habitat in forest land, where riparian zones are actually pretty good from a shade perspective. They're not quite there from a wood recruitment perspective yet, but from a shade point of view, they're pretty good. So this, we can restore all of the shade that needs to be restored, but because it doesn't cover that much of the river network, it tends to not be a very big response. So that's how we run the diagnostic scenarios. And then we can also run those with climate change and take a look at what happens. And so this is the same kind of graph. So again, the diagnostic scenarios, no action, barrier removal, sediment, or fine sediment reduction, wood augmentation, et cetera. And these pink ones are the same as what I just showed you, except there's some stochastic variation because we're running stochastic peak flow and low flow and temperature every year. And so this is the diagnostic scenarios under the current climate regime. And you can see that, again, this is for the Chehalis River Basin. The beaver ponds and the floodplain habitat restoration are very high for coho, not as high, excuse me, for the Chinook and the steelhead, but still quite high for some of them. And what we want to notice here is that we can run this scenario under the current climate, and then we can run the diagnostic scenarios under a mid-century climate and then a late century climate and see what happens. So are they still effective later in the century? So this is the 2080s here. And what we see, it's a little hard unless you have a lot of time to study this, but I'll just point out, what we see is that increase in resilience or the reduced decline is much greater for floodplain restoration than it is for these other action types. And so we can see that if we restore the floodplain and then go to mid-century climate and late century climate, they're going down about 50%. Whereas if we look at a lot of these other ones, or about 30% rather, if we look at these other ones, they're going down about 50%. So there's a bigger difference, which means we're getting some increased resilience by restoring floodplains more so than we would get if we do these other actions. So From a modeling perspective, also, it seems to be a pretty important aspect of climate change resilience for salmon populations. So just a final slide here. So just sort of thinking about where we're heading, it seems like we have, in some ways, an encouraging future. Climate change is pretty daunting. But when we look at what we can do with floodplain restoration and how much better we're getting at doing it, it seems like we have a fair amount of hope because we're getting better at restoring the processes, understanding what they are and understanding how to restore them. And we are gradually increasing the resilience of salmon populations as we do that. So that's all I have. And I think we have a time for a question or two. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I really appreciated that overview. Has anybody run a similar population effects model for bull trout in any of our systems?
So I don't work with bull trout, being with NOAA Fisheries, so, but I haven't seen one, and yeah, I'm not aware of any, so I don't think so, but it's possible.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for that presentation. When you ran the model on different species with the different restoration treatments, what did you see? Because it's easy to kind of have that link between juvenile coho or coho in general and floodplain habitat and off-channel rearing and ponding and whatnot. What did you see when steelhead and chinook were run with the same run?
Yeah, so on the west side, so the model has been run in the Chehalis and the Stillaguamish and Snohomish so far. So they're all west side, and we have, for Chinook, we have basically ocean type Chinook. We don't have very many stream type, so they're not there very long. So the rearing parts of their life stage are not affected as much by temperature as they are for coho, and then also not affected. They don't use as much side channel habitat because they're basically moving out of the system as soon as they come out of the gravel. So we find that floodplains are not nearly as important to Chinook from that perspective. The way they become important to Chinook, especially the early spawners, is that they reduce the stream temperature. So we have a piece of the model that when we reconnect a floodplain or increase the shade, the temperature goes down, and that increases pre-spawner survival. So it's still important for them, but in a very different way. And then with steelhead, also in our area, they're using side channels to a certain extent, but more as spawning and early rearing habitat. It doesn't have the same high magnitude of overwinter habitat benefits. So for steelhead in particular, they tend to be more influenced by things like wood augmentation in the model than they do. Yeah, yeah.
I'm a little surprised about the barrier results, probably like you were and most of us are. So in these, I'm not that familiar with these systems, like how much intrinsic potential is located above barriers? Is it just not very much, or?
Yeah, it's a little more than the model results. So I think for coho in this basin, the example that I just showed, it was around 20% is above some kind of barrier, but they're not all fully blocking. So part of it is that there's some passage into those areas. And so at the most, if they were all fully blocking, you would expect a 20-ish% increase. And because they're not fully blocking, we end up with something like a 14% increase. And then if you look at, other species like Chinook, they tend to be in much larger rivers and larger tributaries where there aren't many barriers. So that tends to be a very low effect for them.
Hey, thank you. I don't think my question's very well formed, but one of my favorite definitions of resilience in the face of climate change is a non-optimized system. So basically a system that isn't designed to run perfectly given a perfect set of conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm wondering, do you think that definition applies to floodplains and climate resilience, and maybe how?
I think so. I'm trying to clarify what a non-optimized system would be in my mind, but I assume that means like freedom to evolve and not aiming towards a particular objective. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the important aspects of the process-based approach is you create a space for the river to work for itself, and then it can adapt. So peak flows will go up, for example, the channel is going to have to get larger, or the channels, plural, or there will have to be more of them. There needs to be more place for that water to go. And the natural response of those channels is to increase in size a little bit. So as long as you're leaving room for all of that to happen and for migration rates to increase, it'll be a different system. It'll be probably a little more dynamic. And so overall, like a younger vegetation on the floodplain and things like that. But I don't think we're looking at dramatic changes in channel pattern, not like going from island braided to braided or anything like that, but it will be somewhat different. But I think making sure it has the freedom to move and evolve is really important. Okay. Thanks.
We have one creeper in the chat in a good way. It's just an open question about a 2013 climate change paper to which you did not credit floodplain restoration with base flow improvements. Have you changed your thinking on that?
I put a yes, no on it this time on the slide. Yeah, it's a little, it's not easy to find data on that. So when we were doing that, that table was built out of a literature review, and we couldn't really find data then that said, if you reconnect a floodplain, not talking about restoring an incised channel, but just reconnect laterally, that you will increase the amount of summer flow. And there's some growing evidence that you can get that, but that particular effect is much more common with restoring an incised channel than it is with just reconnection laterally.
Great. Thanks, Tim. So our next speaker is Morgan Bond. He's a fisheries biologist with NOAA Fisheries also. His presentation, Identifying Restoration Opportunities from Salmon Life Histories and Floodplain Inundation Models.
Okay, thank you. I want to start today. I'm sorry, that looks like it's kind of hard to read. I want to start today, excuse me, by acknowledging some of the folks that contributed some data, including some unpublished stuff that I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to kind of present sort of an overview and then a series of little vignettes that hopefully will be sort of informative when thinking about sort of a very salmon-centric view of some of these habitats. I'm going to take a fish-centric view here. But in particular, I want to acknowledge Matt Kaler at Oregon State University, who did a lot of the fieldwork and analysis that I'm going to show, as well as Joe Lemansky, ODF&W, who did a lot of the spawner surveys and aggregated a lot of this long-term spawning data, as well as the Middle Fork John Day intensively monitored watershed, and all the other folks that contribute to that long time series of really detailed spawner information. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about these sort of fish benefits of floodplains already this morning, and I'm not going to belabor the sort of high-level view here, but we know that these habitats are providing refugia during high flows, growth opportunities, increased temperature variability that fish can exploit for optimizing their growth and acquisition of resources. There may be a survival advantage seasonally to using these habitats. And we often, when we sample them, really see much different densities of fish in these habitats when they're inundated compared to main stem rivers. And I think a good example of this is from Pessedal 2008, where we see in these red areas and then the red bars on the graph, much higher densities than we see in the adjacent main stem river in the same time period. And so we know that these areas are generally valuable for salmon when we look at that sort of various snapshot views. And we've already talked a lot today about how in many places in the Northwest, these areas are highly disconnected. So there's a lot of opportunity for restoration. And they become sort of an increased scrutiny on floodplain habitats for restoration. But these are also often very large and expensive projects. And so I think probably a lot of people here are thinking about how do we site these in a way that they're going to be most beneficial and maybe in particular for salmon. And certainly that's kind of my myopic view of this is their use by salmon. So to really get at this, we kind of need to know both in time and space when and where basically floodplains are being used. And so we need some way to estimate or model what those inundation dynamics for floodplains are. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Then I also want to talk about taking that model of inundation that we have and start to overlay some information that we have about salmon life histories. So we need to know where fish are emerging in the landscape, what the timing of that emergence is, and how that overlays with these inundation dynamics. And we need to know something about juvenile movement, right? So if fish are moving a lot to access these habitats, or they're only very close to their place of origin. Okay, so there's a number of different methods, and I'm sure people in this room are very well versed in trying to model these habitats and when and where they're going to be inundated. And so probably a lot of people are doing something like a 2D hydraulic model of maybe a particular restoration site. So you have detailed topography and bathymetry that you can use to then basically take physics and ask, where is water going to be on the landscape at any given flow? And although this is an extremely useful tool and pretty widespread, we're taking a slightly different approach because what I'm going to start talking about today is a much higher level view than I think most of this hydraulic modeling occurs on. I'm talking about basically an entire river basin. Can we model what those inundation dynamics are seasonally? And so what we're doing is actually using satellite imagery to ask at any given time period where we have a satellite imagery, how much of that landscape is inundated at that time. And I apologize for, again, it's sort of hard to see, I think, these pictures, but we have two different scenes, images taken from high resolution satellite imagery that are taken at different flows. And you can see at the lower flow, there's just a lot less of the habitat that's inundated, as you would expect. And then at high flow, we start to see lots of water moving into, for example, side channel habitats. And some of these alcoves are starting to be inundated as well. And so we can sort of leverage the widespread availability of satellite imagery through time. And if we know something about the flow at those times when the images are taken, to start to build a really large scale inundation model. And so we're actually doing this. I'm going to show you most of the data today from the Middle Fork John Day, where we sort of piloted this project. But we have another number of other basins, including in the Upper Columbia, the Similkameen, where we're doing essentially the exact same process. And so to have something to track through time, we've actually taken the floodplain and sort of chunked it up to assign each bit of that floodplain to a 200-meter reach. That's kind of the grain size that we're tracking. Each sort of bit here is a 200-meter reach, and then we take all the floodplain and assign it to that reach just to give us something to kind of hang the data on. And what you're seeing here in blue is essentially the algorithm that we use to basically pull the water out of those satellite images. So this is just an example image, but we do this serially for a number of images through time. And so here in the Middle Fork John Day, we're doing this for about 60 kilometers of the stream, something that would be much more challenging to do, certainly in a timely manner with our sort of traditional 2D hydraulic modeling approach. And so this is something with just basically 5 images or 5 data points is sort of what that looks like for a single one of those yellow polygons or yellow sites of the floodplain. And so you can see we have images taken at 5 different discharges because, of course, we know the time and date that any satellite image is taken. And then we estimate from our analysis of that image how much wetted habitat area there is in any given time. So we basically interpolate between these points just using a basic linear interpolation. And then as we add more imagery, it sort of fills in the gaps here and develops the inundation profile basically for every one of these 200-meter reaches. Of course, we know from various either something like VIC modeling or flow models or from gauging data, we know what the flow is or discharge at this site throughout in the entire year or in essentially any year of choice. And so we can basically convert that by knowing on any given day what the flow is to a discharge to then a wetted area and sort of sum those up for the entire year. And so you get something like this. So we get total inundated area across the entire water year. Now, we also know from the same sort of modeling procedure what the bankful area is for this river. And we can basically subtract that out from this. And what's left over, we're assuming is basically floodplain habitat. So we do this for every one of those reaches. Again, for the Middle Fork John Day, we have about 275 reaches. So it's like 55, 56 kilometers of the main stem there. And then we can track these through time. So we basically get a slice that we can then track through time. And apologize for the three-dimensional plot, but that's sort of what it looks like when we stack all these slices together. So the height of these peaks tells you sort of how much floodplain habitat there is. That sort of x-axis here is giving us how long that habitat is inundated. And then the sort of z-axis there moving backwards tells you where in the river you are. If I rotate that same plot, you get kind of a better sense of the where you are piece from moving from upstream to downstream. And so now we have an idea of where the habitats are, where floodplain habitat is essentially in any place in the watershed, any day of the year for any year in question we might be interested in. And one of the reasons why I think looking at this sort of very high altitude view becomes important, and of course, this is just contemporary floodplains. This doesn't say anything about historical connectivity per se. But if we look at three different watersheds, Catherine Creek in the Grand Ronde, the Upper Grand Ronde, and then the Middle Fork John Day, what we're looking at here is emergence timing. Okay, so Matt Kaler and others have done a lot of work looking at both spawn date and temperature at different portions of these three different watersheds. And what I want you to take from this is that we might have, let's say on the left in Catherine Creek, a 70-day spread among years, right? So each one of these colored lines it's a different year. And so based on the spawn date and the temperature during incubation, we see a pretty huge spread in when fish are emerging from the gravel and would essentially be looking for these off-channel habitats. We also have a big spread as we move from downstream on the left in each one of these panels to upstream when these fish are emerging. So in the Catherine Creek and the Upper Grand Ronde, we've got fish emerging much later upstream, whereas in the Middle Fork John Day, we see exactly the opposite pattern. So fish are emerging earlier upstream and later sort of in the mid and lower river there. And so when and where these fish are going to be able to access floodplain habitats is going to vary considerably as fry, depending upon where they're spawned in the river and the type of year that we have. And so if we look at these compared to the hydrograph in each one of these systems, so in the Upper Grand Ronde middle panel here, we can see that fish low in the system are emerging basically around the peak of the hydrograph, whereas upstream fish are emerging way on that descending limb in a sort of typical year. Whereas in the Middle Fork John Day, it's exactly the opposite. So these upstream fish are essentially emerging before the peak of that hydrograph. And because we know that these hydrographs are related in this system to when those floodplain habitats are available, there's going to be a drastically different availability in that contemporary floodplain between these fish that are emerging in the upper watershed versus the lower watershed. The other thing, again, focusing just on the Middle Fork John Day, is that we can look at where fish are spawning. And so the gray bars are essentially red counts with river kilometer for 1 year, although the 2014 is a fairly typical year. It's not really an outlier. And then the blue squiggly line there is how much floodplain habitat is potentially available. And we can see in some areas, we have a pretty big mismatch. We've got lots of floodplain habitat way upstream relative to the size of the channel there, and very little spawning. We also have on this lower plot the number of days when that floodplain habitat is inundated. And we can see that area has also the longest duration of floodplain inundation, but very few spawners. We also have places in this watershed where we essentially have both. We have high floodplain connectivity in concert with spawning habitat, or with places where fish are spawning. And then we have sort of the opposite, right? We have places where there's lots of spawning and very little floodplain connectivity. Now, like Tim and Janine said before me, we wouldn't expect or even necessarily want, right, to have high floodplain connectivity everywhere, or maybe there's connectivity, but we wouldn't expect lots of habitat everywhere because of the different channel types that we have in this zone. But it does give us an opportunity to sort of scrutinize this and identify places that we might want to see more connectivity based on existing spawning. The other thing, and I want to focus on this for just a minute because there's an enormous amount of work that's gone into these two plots. The other thing is thinking about how far fish are moving post-emergence. And so Matt Kaler and others have spent a lot of work sampling adults on the spawning grounds, knowing where their reds are, and then sampling fry in April and May, shortly after emergence, to identify how far downstream or upstream those fish have gone when they sample them on the floodplain. And what we see, again, in the Middle Fork John Day, is as you might expect, and I think we all assume, but it's hard to find data on, these fry aren't moving very far typically. The median distance downstream from their natal red that a fry, again on this left panel, is moving is less than 1 kilometer. There are some fish that have moved surprisingly extensive 30 kilometers downstream. But the vast majority of fish are not moving very far. And so floodplain habitats that are really far from those spawning locations are probably going to be underutilized compared to those that are adjacent. If we go back and sample essentially the same fish several months later, so July and August, again, in the floodplain, we see that now a lot of those par late summer have started to move actually upstream of their natal red, which actually sort of surprised me. I didn't think we'd see much upstream movement at all. And, you know, it's easy to look at, again, the sort of extremes here and say, wow, we've got fish moving up to 10 kilometers upstream of their natal location. But still, the median movement distance is less than 1 kilometer. And so the vast majority of these fish have not gone very far at all from where they were born. And the last thing that I want to talk about sort of briefly here is thinking about existing restoration in this Middle Fork John Day system, this Oxbow restoration site that was done over a couple of years in like 2011 to 2014 or so. And the market changes that have happened in that system with spawning distribution since that time. So this is work compiled by Joe Lemansky. And we see the red line is the spawning distribution. Sorry, the red line on the right panel is the spawning distribution before that restoration project over a number of years. So it's not a one-off year. It was pretty consistent. And we saw more spawning in those higher stream locations. And then post restoration, we saw a big increase in the amount of spawning in that area, in addition to a decrease in the upstream habitat. So, so that spawning area, or that restoration work really seems to have not just connected the floodplain, but also improved the spawning conditions in the channel and really had a marked shift in the distribution of where fish are spawning. And so this sort of highlights the idea that we don't necessarily need to create floodplain habitat adjacent to existing spawning areas. We can actually benefit spawning habitats to move fish close to places where there's floodplain access. So sort of the flip side. There's more to unpack here, but I think it's worth thinking about how some of these restoration projects have shifted that spawning distribution, given that fish don't seem to be moving terribly far from where they're born. Okay, so I think I'm running out of time. Just to wrap up, I think that when we think about doing these types of restoration activities, we really need to think about what that inundation profile is relative to when these fish are emerging and when they can access those habitats, to make sure it's not just sited in the right place, but also that inundation profile matches sort of the needs of the life history of the local fish. We also know, again, from some of this genetics work, that the fish aren't moving terribly far. And so we have to site those relatively close to some spawning habitat, although we wouldn't necessarily always expect those to, of course, co-occur. And then we can think about restoration sort of in the context of changing that spawning distribution rather than just adding floodplain habitat in some areas. And so I am going to stop there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there time for a question or two? A couple minutes.
I was gonna say too, just a reminder, if you could say your name and affiliation when you ask a question, just so the online attendees know who you are.
Any questions, Morgan?
I'm Greer, Mayor with Triangle Associates. Morgan, I think you might have mentioned this, but the data on fry and par dispersal was from an area with floodplain accessible. Is that correct? And have they done similar studies looking at areas where there's not floodplain accessible and dispersal within those areas?
Well, it's a pretty, I mean, the sampling of spawners happens throughout essentially that entire 60-kilometer corridor. And the sample, they basically sampled most of the floodplains they could access. And so it's not really a single spawning location and a single floodplain. And I think that's why you do see, there are a couple of peaks, right? And so you do see, yes, there's a desert of floodplain, and the fish keep moving, and then boom, you see a big jump in where fish are accessing. And so they're not totally independent, right? And so again, more to unpack there. And I think Matt will have a nice paper on that pretty soon, looking at those relationships more specifically. Yeah.
Did you see? John Crandall in the Met How. Did you see with the restoration and seeing an increase in spawning downstream with the restoration, is that just attributed straight to the change in habitat, or what happened with like water temperature? Like in some places in the Met How, we have spring Chinook limited really by not necessarily spawning habitat or restoration, it's the water temperatures there. So did you see any shift in the water temperature that helped get that spawning in there, or was it just the habitat? Now you got gravel and access.
That's a good question. I don't know if there's been a change in temperature associated with that particular restoration site. It's a pretty extensively changed part of the system, but I think that is one aspect that ODF&W is looking at with respect to, the whole suite of changes. It's hard to identify exactly what has driven the fish to move into that, to start spawning there, where before there was very little spawning. Hard to attribute it to a single factor. And I don't know if there was a big temperature change, so sorry. Okay, thanks.
We're going to pin you to the wall. Everybody, the online folks, sneak in a couple or two. So before you run for your break, there was a quick follow-up question on So the quantity of images, how many images did you need to create the discharge inundated area relationships? And so what kind of error or uncertainty are you seeing when you're comparing images on days of similar discharge? And lastly, it's a three-pronged question. Is there a time span that a single inundation profile is applicable or reliable? So when would you need to redo it?
Yeah. Okay. So we try to have 5 or 6 images to start to get an idea of what that profile is. I think more than the number of images, we'd like to see a wide range of discharges during those images. And so we have, let's say, in this area, in the Pacific Northwest in general, we have lots and lots of imagery in like July and August. There's tons of imagery. Those are the clear days when satellite imagery works well. We don't have lots of imagery in, say, April and May. So that's the high flow period that is sort of sparse, that we work really hard to try and fill in. But it's also obviously really important to build these models to get that high flow piece. The low flow is relatively easy. What was what kind of error are we seeing? We do see for similar discharges where we run multiple imagery at similar discharges, we do get very similar estimates. But it's hard to assign specific error rates because it's hard to know what we're comparing against. Often I think that our process, the sort of machine learning process that we use to assign the imagery actually works better than my hand digitized imagery. And so we get, I think, error rates because it's actually working better than I can do myself. So it's hard to know what to ground truth against. And then the third piece was the sort of timing. There are places like in particular the Middle Fork John Day where we have thrown out old imagery because there's been a bunch of restoration, right? And so that imagery from 2010 doesn't really apply anymore. And so we have to rely on imagery, I would say in particular, that's sort of post-restoration, right? The advantage of having both is that we can actually get a comparison in some cases pre and post restoration just from the satellite imagery, which is kind of nice.
Great.
I think
Thanks, Morgan. Phil Roney, who's the principal scientist for Kramer Fish Sciences Watershed Sciences Lab. His presentation is on planning, implementing and evaluating valley bottom restoration projects, lessons from stage 0 restoration in the Grand Ronde Basin.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. You can't go to a restoration conferences these days without hearing about stage 0 restoration. And that was kind of my bet. And I think there was a good setup there with Janine and Tim talking before me. I want to talk a little bit about some guidance we've been putting together, working with the Grand Ronde Model Watershed. Before I do that, I want to give a little background on restoration and some of our successes and failures. Now, we've been at this business of river restoration for more than 100 years, and we've seen lots of successes and failures. And we saw the design of log structures, particularly in the 1930s and the 1960s. And some of those initial efforts were highly successful. And then many efforts that followed that had some problems with durability, longevity, and there were a lot of concerns with whether this was the right technique. The 1970s and 80s, we saw taking those techniques that were developed for wood placement in Midwestern streams, applied to our streams out west. And we had some pretty high failure rates and some projects that really didn't work. We saw spawning channels developed. The first couple spawning channels for salmon in British Columbia were hugely successful. Most of those that followed were not. We get into a little more recent. We saw that we had natural channel design, the Rosgen channel, the Rosgen approach, which there were some big successes and there still are, but there were a number of failures or these things coming unraveled. We've seen engineered log jams morph from being what looks very natural to what some people call a box of rocks. More recently, we've had constructed side channels. Again, many of those successful, others silting in or cutting off meander bends. And then we've had PALs and BDAs, which I think we've all seen some very successful efforts for. But I've also seen them applied in some higher gradient streams and not do anything. So that brings us to stage 0 restoration and floodplain restoration. Is it going to be the next one of these things we apply and we see failure rates? I don't think so, but I think we need some guidance on how to do this right and what it is to make sure we don't see some of the same mistakes that we've seen throughout the history of fisheries management and restoration ecology in the last 100 years happen with stage 0. So I'm going to go through some examples from the Grand Ronde. First, I'm going to talk about what a stage 0 channel is. Are there reference sites we can see? What are appropriate sites for stage 0 restoration? What are some of the techniques one can use for it? What are some design considerations? And if I have time, I'll talk a little bit about monitoring and evaluation. So I've been in this field for more than 30 years, and I think maybe a half a dozen years ago, I started hearing the term stage 0. And I'd seen this really key paper by Kluwer and Thorne, but the stage 0 terminology didn't stick. And I'm like, stage 0, what is that? What's channel type is that? I'm used to talking about Montgomery and Buffington channel types, Beachy and Amaki channel types, Rosgen, but where does it fit in there? And now this isn't a channel evolution model, so they didn't define a clear state, but a lot of restoration practitioners are familiar with most of these other channel types. And so I think it's important to put it into context of what the other channel typing systems call it. And really, most of the other systems are calling this an anastomosing channel. So it's a multi-thread channel with lateral, longitudinally, and vertical connectivity. So what does it look like? We know that historically it was more common on the landscape, and there's a whole suite of literature on that throughout both the eastern and western US. But many of us have never seen a stage 0 channel. We've seen pictures of it. So I think it's important to identify some reference sites, and that's one of the things we set out to do in the Grand Ronde. It's important to understand what it looks like, help with the design process, because ultimately we're trying to help with the practitioner's design floodplain or valley bottom restoration. These are just some examples on the right of different, primarily it's an anastomosing channel, but some channel classifications call it an anabranching. But we went through the Grand Ronde model watershed and looked at the aerial imagery to try and find reference sites for these channel types. So when we initially looked at the aerial imagery, we came up with about 30 sites that look like that they would be good references for stage 0 that would help us in designing future projects. Now, we also found another 63 sites that would be multi-thread, excuse me, what someone might call anabranching channels. This might be more of a stage 8 channel. But we had about 30 sites that looked like they were pretty good, including a couple of those that were purely sort of forced by beaver, a lot of beaver activity. Well, when you get out there in the field, not everything looks like it does on the aerial imagery, and the aerial imagery tends to pick up a lot of, you see lots of what looks like channels looking at the vegetation, but we got out there at some of these sites and they were really pretty dry meadow. And what you don't see in this photo is there's one channel across one larger channel that's incised about 2-3 meters, but there's all these other channels that are relict on the floodplain. In the aerial imagery, it looks like they're all active channels still. So when we got done, whoops, a little bit too sensitive. So when we got done, we had probably more like about 20 sites that look like they're stage 0 reference sites. We couldn't visit all of them. As you might expect, some of these and many of these are in wilderness areas that are pretty hard to get to. But we did have some high quality reference sites. And this is one site that's on private land that we had to coax the landowner into letting us look at. And I'm not even going to use the name because they don't want a lot of people out there. But this particular site that was pretty instructive at this and some other ones we went to, because I think there's a perception that many of these that were our stage 0 channels, it's a nice flat, even floodplain. In fact, some of the restoration techniques are to reset the valley bottom or level it out. Well, when you get out there, you see that it's very hummocky. There's lots of channels and they're very in elevation. And there's both a longitudinal profile here and some cross sections showing the variation in elevation. So even some of these channels that had water in them were a couple meters below the main channel. The other thing that we saw is most of these sites still have a main channel. There are multi-thread channels, but there still is a main channel that tends to move around. So we also have a couple of restored sites that when my geomorphologist first looked at the aerial imagery, he thought these were reference sites, and we said, hey, wait a minute, those are restored sites. So the question is, we do have a couple sites that have been restored with different techniques that do appear at stage 0 or trending that way. And can we use those as reference sites, given how few of the sites we have and how many of them are pretty remote? The other question that comes up is, what are appropriate sites for stage 0 restoration? And really, this is, I would defer to some of the texts and the guidance on doing watershed assessments on this, and some of Tim's work, who's done a lot on assessments. There's really a series of steps one goes through to identify what is the appropriate restoration measures and what are the degraded factors and what one should be looking at to do a restoration in a site. So I don't really think we should be going and looking for sites and saying, hey, is that a stage 0? We should be identifying sites that need restoration and then just saying, is that a suitable site for stage 0 restoration? Regardless, the kind of things we look at are historic maps, like this GLO map from 1884. This is for the Wallowa River, a tributary to the Grand Ronde. Unfortunately, not all these maps and not every surveyor provided this level of detail. This one shows lots of channels across the floodplain. We can look at LIDAR, the aerial imagery, and then the vegetation index, like this image here, which you can kind of look through the vegetation to see where those channels would be. And that'll help us tell whether that may have historically been a stage 0 channel, but that doesn't tell us whether that could still be, or it can still support that. We've got to look at the sediment, the hydrology, the incision, the confinement, and as well as the valley width. And again, I don't think there's anything different here about stage 0 than other, restoration techniques, in that we have to do a thorough assessment to determine what are the, what's been degraded, what processes are disrupted, and what's the appropriate condition for that channel moving forward. So what kind of techniques do we have for stage 0 restoration? There's really a whole spectrum, from very low impact things like post-assisted log structures or BDAs, to just putting wood in the channel, to some more traditional engineering approaches like the top left photo. That's from Catherine Creek, where they basically took a straightened channel, re-meandered it. Pretty heavily engineering design, but it's turning into what looks quite a bit like a multi-thread anastomosing channel. And then there's the complete valley reset, where we're regrading the valley. And maybe Paul Powers will talk a little bit more about that. It could be a mix of approaches. There's not one specific technique that's going to give you stage 0. It's really, you got to look at, your options there. And we've kind of put together some guidance on the things to consider, but this figure just gives you the range of different techniques one might apply, some of the things to consider to see whether these are appropriate. One of the things when you talk fast, it makes you thirsty. Some other key design considerations. Now, one thing that we've been trying to do with the Grand Ronde Model Watershed is work on getting consistent goals and objectives for the design process. And part of that is so that we can evaluate the designs and the success of the projects. But it's pretty important to have clear goals. And this table on the right is an example. And these attributes are really the major attributes right out of the Kluwer and Thorne paper on channel evolution model and stage 0. And I've just got an example of some of the metrics. Lots of times when we're doing a design, you can't get down to really specific, like I'm going to create, 500 square meters of this type of habitat or that. If you can, great. But at least we should, with a lot of these characteristics, and some of them are more processes, we can do the expected level of change. So this just shows you the high is more than 50% increase, a medium is 25 to 50%, and a low is, we're not expecting too much change, at 25 to 50%. And this is just again, example of some metrics and from one project in the Grand Ronde. And the other thing about the design considerations is using those reference sites to help us understand what the project should look like, and then considering constraints there. This should be process-based restoration, and these basic principles that come right out of some of Tim's work of what we should be considering when we're designing a stage 0 project don't differ from any other process-based restoration that we're looking at. So looking at the cause of degradation, the watershed context, understanding other management actions, trying not to do any damage to things that might be already working. And an example of this is from a project that's being under design right now in the Upper Grand Ronde in the what's called the Mine Tailings Reach. As you might gather from the name, this was an area that was formerly dredge mined. What you'll see, you can still see in the image, I think here, right down there, some dredge spoils from a section that hadn't been restored. But basically this reach of the river had been dredge mined, mine tailings throughout the whole thing. In about 2009 and 10, they went in and restored it, regraded it, created a meandering channel, which you see in this image. But this is a 2022 image, and you see that there's still a bunch of areas of bare ground. That's because they didn't quite get low enough. And in these days, I don't think they had the geomorphic grade line to help with kind of that. So it looks kind of good here, but it's still disconnected from the floodplain. You know, it's clear that it didn't quite go far enough. So there's a proposal to restore this reach, possibly using stage 0 approaches. So the questions we started asking, well, was this historically a stage 0 reach? Well, if you look at the GLO map, it doesn't show that it was, but that's not definitive because it depends on the surveyor. And maybe the surveyor didn't, they don't always map these channels, as I said. The other thing is we have some constraints here. This is a really, a prime area for listed spring Chinook spawning. So there's a high density of spring Chinook spawning in this reach. So regrading the whole thing could present some challenges. So we've been looking at there's some different designs that are being considered here. And we've been looking at using hydraulic modeling and habitat suitability index modeling to try and inform that design, understand how much of the floodplain would be connected, but also to understand some of the impacts on spawning Chinook salmon. So this is a map of that particular mine tailings reach. This just shows the DEM. The bright green on this map is vegetation that's over 1.5 meters. There's a lot of mature riparian vegetation here, partly because there's some trees that grew up after they did the mine tailings, but also because after the restoration that occurred about more than a dozen years ago, there's some vegetation that's come up in places. And then the red spots or the orange little stars there are places where we have spawning Chinook salmon. That's over the last several years. It's not every year, but typically there's 40 or more reds in this reach. I've just highlighted a small section here of that reach that I'm going to zoom in on to show you a couple other examples. This is a digital elevation model showing the existing condition on the left. What the topography would look like if we went in and did a complete regrade using the GGL approach, and then a modified design that takes down some of those high areas and maybe puts a little bit of material in the channel, but not really touching that main channel too much to try and protect Chinook spawning. This is an example from the hydraulic model. This is at a base flow of about 10 CFS. You can see this is just the bathymetry here, and you can see where the pools are in the dark blue on the existing condition. At a base flow, there's really ends up being a couple inches of water across that floodplain if we regrade the whole thing, and we lose most of the Chinook spawning habitat. And then you can see the modified design that's also another possibility. This is the habitat suitability index modeling for Chinook spawning habitat. The yellow is, an HSI of almost 1. So you can see on the existing condition, there's quite a bit of suitable spawning habitat, about 5,000 square meters. If we did a complete regrade, just ignoring all the other stuff, we'd lose most of the spawning habitat. That would be very shallow water that's not suitable for Chinook. Also leave them exposed. And then the modified design, which loses a little bit of the habitat, creates a lot of rearing habitat, but still maintains most of the spawning habitat. So those are just some examples of kind of thinking through the design process and things we're thinking about. Monitoring evaluating these projects. I mean, I think Janine was talking about early on about at her introductory talk about the importance of LiDAR. Really monitoring and evaluating floodplain projects, stage 0 projects, it presents some unique challenges because you want to be able to map that whole floodplain. And if you want to go out there with a field crew, with a total station or an RTK, you're going to take a month of Sundays to map that thing like we could with LiDAR. So really, the way we're approaching evaluating these is to use LiDAR, and we're building off guidance that we've developed for the Salmon Recovery Funding Board, which we have a pilot going on using remote sensing to monitor floodplain projects. So yeah, it's really based on mostly on remote sensing with a little bit of field data, and then linking it to those goals, those design goals earlier, so we can do a better job of evaluating how successful the design was. We've got a whole series of questions. It's not really to run you through how many, all these different questions, but we got specific questions and metrics. This is an example from the Woodley project, just downstream of the mine tailings reach, where there was a restoration project done by the Forest Service and I believe Seatour and the Grand Ronde Model Watershed, where they put a lot of wood. They just used wood to grade the channel. And this was 1 year after. This is LiDAR before and after. And you see some mild aggradation and degradation. We've also done a modeling of the different habitat units. This is all done from LiDAR before and after. And then going back to those goals, this is looking at just the percent change in a subsample, the metrics that we're looking at. Again, all of these are taken from the LiDAR. And, you know, it's only 1 year after restoration, but you can see there's still many of these things have increased by more than 50%. And if we did this today, it would be even more than that. So really just a quick summary. Stage 0 is an anastomosing channel. We're talking about valley bottom restoration. I really like what Janine said about turning the design upside down and talking about designing the floodplain and then talking about the channel. Reference sites are rare, but they do exist. They're varied topography, and there still is a main channel in most of those. There's a wide variety of techniques one can use, so don't get stuck to one particular technique on the stage 0. On the design and evaluation, we're really having clear goals, having set those at the design process, follow process-based principles. And then the monitoring and evaluation is really going to rely on remote sensing and the hydraulic modeling to calculate a lot of those. Those are that's the guidance we've come up with to try and prevent stage 0 from becoming the next, you know, big restoration mistake. With that, I'll take any questions if I have any time.
Actually, everybody, to keep you on track for lunch later and keep everybody happy. If you have any follow-up questions for Phil, can you put them in the chat? We're capturing those, and there is a 15-minute block of time before lunch to get to the ones that we've had to table. So thanks.
All right. So our next speaker is Nick Legg, who's a senior geomorphologist from Wolf Water Resources.
Just so you know, the lights are very bright up here. I figured I'd start by saying thank you for having me. This is a great opportunity to support the conversation, but also crystallize some of the conversations I've been having in my head. So sorry, but it's great. So today I'm going to talk about recovery processes in floodplain restoration and how those feed into designing and planning restoration projects. I wanted to start with the definition of process-based restoration in Dr. Beachy's paper. Process-based restoration aims to reestablish normative rates and processes of physical, chemical, and biological. I think I added a word. Physical, chemical, and biological processes that sustain river and floodplain ecosystems. This has really guided a lot of our work for 10 years, and I think it's really fundamental. But I really wanted to hone in on a subset of those words. Process-based restoration aims to reestablish normative rates and magnitudes. And the way I interpret that text is that's the goal. We are trying to reestablish normative rates and magnitudes of processes. But how do we get there? And one of the key points of my talk today is often the recovery processes, the processes by which a stream and floodplain recover themselves, are not normative. So how do we work in that context? I think it helps to look at a floodplain that's fairly pristine. And this is one I photographed on a weekend with my drone. And as people who look at rivers and floodplains, I think we see the processes. We see the wood racked up on the head of the island. We see wood recruited in from some of the banks. We see sediment bars and patterns of scour. We see undercut banks and lateral erosion. We see variable vegetation patterns and species, ages and species. It's beautiful. I consider this to be normative processes. I would guess that's what is meant by that term. This is what we're seeking. Whereas that river was fairly pristine, this river was impacted by a volcanic eruption 40 years ago. This is the South Fork Toutle River, not too far from the previous photo. And here, those processes are still at play, but they are out of whack. The rates and magnitudes are completely different. And one thing we keyed in here as we're planning restoration and recovery projects is the plants are not growing. Why are the plants not growing? Well, the river is migrating so quickly across the valley that it's effectively a lawnmower that only lets the grass get so high. So there's this feedback between out of whack geomorphic processes and the plants. But we need the plants to support the floodplain, to grow the big trees, to create complexity in the channel. This is out of whack. Now, we're going to do something, but the reality is those recovery processes are still going to be in play after we build something, no matter what. We can't grow key member trees in 10 years. And so recovery processes are fundamental to how we consider these projects and how we expect them to evolve, or how we might expect them to evolve. So evaluating the recovery processes and rates and magnitudes, to me, informs whether to restore. Can we wait for the stream to recover itself? I don't think that's the case in a lot of cases, but it might be some places. How to restore? How do we partner with the stream? How do we mix active versus passive restoration approaches? And then what to expect? How do we monitor? How effective do we expect our approaches to be? And lastly, we know that a big recovery process is the flow of funding, right? And so I'm pointing out here today some examples that are economical. I think they add a lot of value and they don't have to be overly comprehensive or analytical. These are things and questions we can look at on the landscape. Incised streams drive a lot of the need to restore floodplains and reconnect floodplains. And a lot of our streams are in the lower right quadrant of the stream evolution triangle. They've been incised, maybe they've widened a little bit, but we have this fundamental question that we face, which is, Do we bring the stream back up to the floodplain or do we cut the floodplain down? That's what is embodied at a very basic level in this diagram. The stage 0 is bringing the stream up. Stage 8 is bringing the floodplain down. But before we identify a target, which one we're pursuing, it would be smart to ask, how quickly is the stream going to get there by itself? Or how can we accelerate some of those processes to get to those targets? And which one is more feasible? So when you start to ask those questions, you start to think about the processes and the building blocks to achieve those. Building the stream back up, you need sediment. You need to fill that void in. And stage 8, cutting down, you're waiting for that stream to widen or erode laterally. These are recovery processes. With sediment deposition, this is one of my hobby horses, so sorry, but I think sediment is so important because it dictates the rate at which we can bring streams back up. And sediment is scary for a lot of people because it's uncertain, it's hard to measure, it's hard to study. But I would argue that you can pick up a lot by looking at the landscape. In these are 2 maps, I'm sorry for the different color schemes, but basically the floodplain is shown in color and the valley margins are shown in gray. One is of the Twist River and one is of Meadow Creek and Upper Grand Ronde. And what I see as a geomorphologist right off the bat is that there are big alluvial fans in the top image and there are no alluvial fans or very tiny alluvial fans in the bottom image. This is one cue that these are different sediment producing landscapes, and that feeds into those recovery processes. You all can do this. You can look at the landscape in a similar way. A couple of years ago, I also estimated bed material or basically gravel fluxes at a series of stream gauges throughout the region, and those are represented by different size triangles. And the units are in cubic yards per year. So if you're an engineer, you might be thinking, how many dump trucks per year? That's one way to contextualize it. What I think is, how long does it take to refill that lost volume from incision? And so what we can do is we can estimate, and this is what I did, you can estimate a volume associated with some amount of incision. I assumed a typical amount of incision over a mile reach. Divide that volume by the incoming flux. And that tells you what's your time scale of recovery based on that incoming sediment. And what I found is that, well, there's a wide range of variations in time scales. On the left, there's some sites with 0 to 5 years, but there are also some sites with time scales of 160 to 500 years. Very slow recovery. You can put as many log jams or BDAs in those systems, and the bars are still going to form slowly because there's just a very small bleed of sediment coming in. We need to be thinking about these things. And I think in a high, fast refill potential site, maybe that's a site where you can passively get to stage 0 by putting in some structures or BDAs. In a low or slow refill potential site, that's maybe a place where you're really active about filling the channel. That's a stage 0 approach. That's what commonly gets referred to as stage 0, or maybe that's a site where the incision is just too much to overcome and we focus on widening. There's not a single solution that I'm going to give you, but this is how you think about that. With widening, we're removing those orange areas, right? So if we want to go to anastomosing connected, it's about removing those orange areas, either partnering with the stream or doing it actively. Well, again, we can read the landscape. These are 2 relative elevation models of a floodplain in the Upper Grand Ronde Basin. You can see brown areas. Those are areas that I interpreted to be disconnected floodplains. And the greenish areas are either channels or inset floodplains. And on the left, you can see that the stream, that inset floodplain swath is much narrower than on the right. So there's different capacities to widen across the landscape. That's a differing recovery processes that informs some of those same questions about active versus passive. We can also get more quantitative and look at air photo analysis and map a bunch of channels. This may be warranted in some sites. The last example is I'm going to focus on feedbacks, biophysical feedbacks. And I think we often hear about this, beaver dams or BDAs, raise water tables that supports riparian growth. That riparian growth, those willows, dogwoods, that becomes food for beavers that supports the beaver colonizing the landscape, and the cycle goes on. This is a site where, and I should say, the site I'm going to talk about, it's been a target of long-term stewardship by our partners at TU, Trout Unlimited, and Levi Old is the person who's really been spearheading this. But I just think this is such an amazing example. So a few years back, they installed wood and BDAs, and there's been a series of phases, and they've seen a lot of success. They've seen increased greenness in the floodplain. They've seen a lot of wetland vegetation, and the upper photo gives you a sense of this site in general. And then the bottom photo gives you a sense of some of those BDAs. But what they were seeing is, and they tried a bunch of different approaches in reestablishing the vegetation, is it was hard to get the vegetation to regrow despite getting a wetter floodplain. And you can actually see in the background of that bottom image a planting fencing pod in the back. But they just weren't, I mean, these BDAs were not sealing up in the way that a natural beaver dam necessarily would. And there was a real feeling that we needed beavers in the system to create those effects and really have it be effective to become a place like this. I mean, this is, I think, somewhat what we might envision for Sheep Creek. Extensive willow communities, hard to see the channel. Just a mess, like you try to walk through that. It's hard to imagine, really. But the issue was the beaver weren't coming in. Yes, they got those raised water tables from the BDAs, not as well as they wanted maybe, but the elk were browsing down the vegetation. And what does that do? Vegetation grows, it gets eaten. The feedback loop does not continue. And the beaver were not colonizing. The beavers were not there to maintain the dams. Just, I think, so cool. And so what was the solution? Elk fencing, higher fencing. And Levi has come up with various approaches to do this, but after 1 year of doing this, of having the fences in place, they're seeing the vegetation start to grow to higher heights than it has ever before in the time they've worked there. And we'll wait to see if it continues, but I'm convinced this is the solution. So it was something totally unexpected, limiting recovery in this system. It wasn't in the stream, it was on the landscape. And so what are the processes limiting recovery? I think this is a question we need to be asking on every project. We don't have to do a crazy study to figure that out. The key is that we're asking this question and interrogating the landscape. What are we seeing? What is limiting that recovery? And I think what I've talked about today, the examples, they're just straight up rate limiting processes. Sediment, for instance, a slow sediment producing landscape, it's just slow. It's going to take a long time. But there are also these interactions, these process interactions that can basically be destructive to one another. That's the example of elk browse and beaver dam analogs and beaver recolonization. It's also the example of the South Fork Toutle. Channel migration is wiping out the vegetation, right? And so I think we need to be considering not only limiting factors for biology and fish, but if we really want to restore floodplain systems, we need to identify the process limiting factors. So to summarize, process-based stream recovery and restoration. Identify recovery limiting processes, consider those rates and process interactions. I think this really rationalizes those restoration targets. Are you doing stage 0, stage 8, maybe it's something in between, that's fine. But what are you really trying to achieve? And fundamentally, in making these decisions, we're saying, how much are we going to partner with the stream to achieve these objectives and to shift the trajectories in the system, right? Sometimes we can't always address root causes right now. I mean, root causes sometimes just need time, and we don't have time machines. So we should be pretty smart about deciding how active we want to restore these systems and where we can let them work with us. And every project has a mix of those. So it's never, in my mind, either or, it's a spectrum. And while there's not a final bullet, I just would say that keep it simple. I think, you know, the more I've worked in this field and looked at all these different streams, the more I've realized that simple questions help us figure out what we're doing. Why does it look like this on the landscape? We don't need to start with highly quantitative stuff. There's a lot that comes from conversation and inquiry. And so this can be highly economical and can increase our value, the value we get from the work we do. And with that, I'll open it up to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I think for now, we're a little over time, so we'll jump into the next presenter. Again, if you can put any questions you might have in the chat, we've got a half hour coming after the next speaker to ask questions and have everybody answer. So
online speaker, you can.
We will move forward now into a presentation by Paul Powers, who is a fisheries biologist for the US Forest Service. His presentation is site evaluation tools to consider when choosing a design path.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Excited to be part of this. All right. So as I go through my presentation here, I'm not really going to do a deep dive into the analysis tools, but instead I'd like to just share some examples and a lot of the elements that I am considering when trying to choose a particular restoration scheme. And Nick covered a few of them earlier, and the sediment load part is a huge part of this story. So I'll cover a bit of that as well. So this presentation is largely going to be made up of slides that I've stolen from other people. So this first one comes from Brian Kluwer, which is really great. And it kind of gets to some of the stuff that Nick was just speaking to in that previous talk. And same with Phil Roney, not being married to any one particular approach, but rather scaling the intervention to what the level of degradation is and why it's degraded. And so what Brian Kluwer is trying to show here from the far left, might be some of Joe Wheaton's stuff, where it's largely going to be hand tools, building BDAs, PALs, things of that nature. And then you're going to have several repeat incursions, right? You come back year after year and you continue lifting this valley. As we go towards Mark Beardsley here, kind of in the mid-range, it's a little bit of both. It's going to be some structural work with heavy equipment to restore maybe some geomorphic controls, things of that nature, and a combination of the hand work. And then on the far right of that spectrum might be some of Dorothy Meritz's stuff out in Pennsylvania, where the stage 0 valley has been buried beneath post-settlement sediments. Say that time 3 times fast. So the approach for restoring is going to be different in each of these scenarios. And I was fortunate enough, I spent some time in Italy this past fall, so I messed up Brian's slides here and put on just an example. If we think about this in terms of restoring, say, an Italian villa rather than a valley, our approach to restoration is going to vary with this villa depending on how degraded it is. So maybe here on the far left, all we need to do is restore the broken windows and the doors, and it needs a paint job, right? As we get into Mark Beardsley's range, maybe it's got some structural damage. We're looking at maybe replacing the roof or a story's gone and it needs those windows and paint job, etc. If I go to the far right on this slide, Dorothy Merritt's stuff, maybe our villa has been buried with a landslide. So restoration of that site is going to be exhuming those sediments back off of the building. And then this kind of mid-range, this reset zone, maybe the building's completely razed to the ground and there's fragments or pieces of the foundation still intact. And so we're trying to identify those and restore our villa. But all of them are working towards a same stage condition, right? We're not designing a single story ranch. We're all having something like this in mind as our final product. So how you get there is going to be determined by how degraded your current conditions are. So to give you some examples, if you guys have not seen Mark Beardsley's work in South Park, Colorado, absolutely stunning stage 0 work, right? He's using a little bit of heavy equipment, but he's also using a lot of hand equipment to restore these connected valleys. Similarly with Damian Ciotti's work and Jared McKee down on Doty Ravine in California, phenomenal results, right? And so what I'm just trying to point out is that there's many different ways to get to these conditions and to not be married to just one approach. This is Dorothy Merritt's work out in Pennsylvania, and this is where she's showing that the stage 0 valley has actually been buried beneath sediments that came in post-European settlement. So the zero restoration for this is not filling in that gully. It's like what people might think of as stage 8 is removing these materials, but that's actually stage 0 because these are post-settlement sediments, right? They aren't part of what formed this valley to begin with. And again, achieving the stage 0 condition. So each of these professionals kind of has their own process for how they're evaluating the landscape and how they're coming up with their restoration scheme. So I stole this slide from Joe Wheaton. And if we look at that bottom, his key to reading the valley riverscapes, this is kind of like what we just saw in Nick's presentation, where you're mapping out toe slope inputs, upslope inputs, those tributary fans, where the channels are, and then the green just showing the remaining process space available to the river in the valley floor. And so with our GGL REM approach, we're doing something similar. So you'll see the same kind of things that you saw in the previous presentation. We've got tributary fans showing in orange. And then the remaining valley process space is color coded. And this is where we're adding an elevation element to this analysis, the Z factor. So these valleys are detrended to the valley slope. And so an important point of distinction right here is that we're not detrending to, say, the water surface of the current river or, say, the bank full elevation of the current river. That's going to detrend to current conditions. Instead, what we're looking for is how did these elevations relate to one another prior to channel incision? And another really important part, I think the most important part of this, from my perspective, is this location right here, this hinge point that Janine was showing us between, say, a transport valley segment to the response or depositional valley segment. And so finding that location and why it's not functioning anymore is a huge part of the restoration scheme for these valleys. So a lot of folks have probably worked on rivers that look like that inset photo, right? We've got a river with an associated floodplain adjacent to it. We've got an adjacent bank that's crumbling and falling into the river. We can see someone's planted riparian plants up there on top of on the valley floor. Is that restoration? And if not, what is restoration, right? How do we know, or how do we justify our restoration approach for this given river? How do we analyze this and make sense of what's going on and where we think we can take it? And so with the GGL REM approach, we can create this color-coded map of the river valley down here. And I should mention too that this is a scale thing. We're doing these at the valley scale, so not just at, say, a habitat or a reach scale, but for the entire extent of a given valley, the whole process domain for that environment. And so what we can see when we color code this is real quick and simple, the light blues might represent where we think the riverbed was pre-degradation. Pinks are showing us incision, and then the green colors are going to show where we'd expect that riparian forest to have been. And if these REMs don't speak to you very well and you don't understand what this is showing, you can use the Rosetta Stone there and translate that into the cross section. So think of a layering or a cake with different layers color coded. And so we've got on the right y-axis here our target elevation. So kind of that blue-green zone is where we think of the fluvial process domain for this given river as far as elevation goes. And so with that, we can paint that REM onto the riverscape and see this valley in a completely different lens. Now we're not looking at this river as something that maybe we make habitat improvements to, but we're seeing this as possibly an incised river that's departed from and become separated from the floodplain, right? And so we're looking at the reunification, like Janine mentioned in the keynote this morning. And that reunification, our map is saying that those pre-degradation elevations are up here on these blue surfaces throughout the river valley. And so I'm probably blocking it with my banner at the top there, but I've got a quote that I stole from Tony Brown's 2018 paper, Natural versus Anthropogenic Streams. And what it says is that Anthropocene rivers are largely imprisoned in the banks of their history. And I think that's such a powerful quote because I don't think a lot of us recognize just how imprisoned these rivers are. And we can't free them if we don't recognize them as being imprisoned. So to help us recognize what that freeing might look like, we can use this rendering that Deidre Case worked up for us for the same segment of the Intiat River, where we have the current conditions of this river and a disconnected floodplain adjacent versus this rendering on the right shows that reunification, what we think this valley probably resembled prior to degradation. And then therefore that becomes our target for restoration. And so at this point, we haven't made any determinations of how. We're simply laying out the course, what we think our target should be, what we think our villa should look like. And then if we pan out a little bit more and think things through from the level that Morgan was sharing with us, the river system, not just a single given river valley, we can see a great deal of connectivity and how these habitats and valley segments would interact with one another. So in the center of this map right here, I'm showing we've got two confluence fans coming into this valley from both sides. And so they are constricting the Intiat River here, right? And so a single thread channel is all there's space for in there. But that's not a bad thing, right? We just need to understand what it is and put it into context with other things. At that spot, we're probably going to have coarser substrates. We're going to have more wood. We're getting those inputs from the uplands being delivered straight to the river. So these might be our really high quality, say, Chinook spawning neighborhoods. Upstream and downstream of that, we have these very broad unconfined valley segments that might look like what you see in that Marsh Creek photo on the left. And so if you think about a Chinook salmon spawned in these reds, the fry emerge out of there and drift less than a kilometer down into these massive wetland complexes and these rearing habitats. That system is very supportive of salmon ecology, right? And can support a massive uplift in our utilization. So kind of back to the initial question. I won't read these bullets, but these are a lot of the things that I'm considering when people ask which route should we be going on a particular project. And I think that the scale of those legacy impacts, the degree of imprisonment is a big part of it. And also the degree that people are talking about for restoration. When they're talking about restoration, are they thinking about individual habitats, a reach between property lines, or the entire extent of a valley? Those processes, they're all river and natural processes, but they're different ones at different scales. The middle bullet there, just the river's ability to overcome those imprisoning factors, right? And Nick hit on this a lot. The sediment I've seen a lot of times when people have the best intentions and they'll want to grade the riverbed with log jams, but there's not very much bed load moving, right? And it's maybe there's some suspended sediments, but they're not capturing those. So it's a disconnect between the materials available and what work the river can be doing. And then lastly, the time required, if those elements are there, if if the sediments are there and you say the wood loading is available, how long with given interventions might it take to reach that recovery? And again, Nick had an awesome example of, are we talking 5 years or is this 500 years? And which is acceptable to us? And so along those lines, I just show this picture of Resurrection Creek in Alaska. Those tailings piles were left over from 1870s gold mining. And so short of the next glacial period, I think we're going to need heavy equipment to restore this segment of river. So again, it's just a scaling and thinking through those processes and what materials are available and appropriate for a given river valley. So I'll finish up by showing kind of one of these valley reset projects as they're termed, and show kind of what that means. And again, this is an Anthropocene river. This is very much imprisoned in the banks of its history. This has been mechanically broken and put into this condition. So for this project, we were going with the valley reset option. And so in this photo, we've diverted flow out of the river. So base flow is about 350 CFS. And if you look at this photo, you can see the substrates that were in this riverbed relative to the people downstream here. So this is very coarse armor, right? And so and this orange line up above shows our target elevation for restoration. So we needed 14 feet of lift at this location. So we're obviously not going to be capturing any of this bed load material to lift that riverbed. So what we're doing is cutting out berms and levees and using that material to lift the riverbed to target. And so the reset portion of this, I think it's important to clarify, is that the reset is occurring on anthropogenic surfaces. So the incised river channel, and then berms, levees, whatever other human created features on the valleyscape. And then the rest remains intact, any native original surfaces. So then we've added our wood to this site, and then we restore water, and now we've got that river network spanning across a half-mile river valley at this point. So you see that the reset isn't a wholesale wiping everything out, it's just within that disturbance corridor. And then as things evolve and grow, again, we have the stage 0 condition like we saw in the previous examples that I showed, including natural beaver dams and things of that nature. So again, I just want to restate that it's use the tools available that are appropriate for your level of degradation and how fast you want to get to your recovery goals. And I'll finish with this slide from the French Alps. The things that I covered are kind of the things that are common practice at this point. And I want to advocate for trying things, right? Make mistakes. I think a lot of the evolution that our teams and this river community has gotten to is because people have tried new things and things have failed or they didn't work the way they expected them to. And so we've adapted and we've learned and we've changed and we've evolved. And if we hadn't, we'd all still be putting in those single log weirs, right? So try things, take some risks, be innovative, but have good logic for why you're doing it and be open to learning and swimming with the current. Thank you.
Since we've got Phil, since we've got Paul online in the hot seat, are there any questions in the room before he ducks out? None, no questions in the room for Paul?
All right.
Okay, there were some other questions that we had queued up previously. So folks are okay transitioning into the more general Q&A session? No groans, no moans. Okay, great. Well, just quickly looping back to Janine. There were a couple questions that came in regarding your floodplain, discussion about how much space is enough space when we're talking about trying to restore stream crossings in sort of these unconsolidated systems. And the second part to that came in from somebody else was sort of, at what point should sponsors start reconsidering whether they should try to restore an area? Is there enough space or not? So Janine? She still online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. That's a very good question. And I think going through, we certainly have the tools, the engineering tools, the modeling tools to really figure that out. But before you get to that point and you're just working with a landowner or looking at a potential site, like, do we think we have enough room? There are kind of just a few general rules, and it's more kind of anecdotes from folks who have a lot of experience. When we think about a road crossing a valley, and we want to put in a bridge or a structural arch, we go through the analysis, and what we find is that somewhere above about 6 times that channel width, that we need to start thinking about flood relief culverts through that road prism. So again, just kind of anecdotally, what some of us have seen is that at about 10 channel widths, you probably have enough room to really be thinking about floodplain reconnection. It could be less than that, but I think it's somewhere in that range. Just again, as kind of a very rough estimate. If you only have, let's say, a floodplain of 2 or 3 times your existing channel width, it's probably not enough. So we need to be really careful, I think, working with stakeholders and landowners, that we don't get ourselves in a situation where we're kind of dooming ourselves to failure, that it's just too narrow of a corridor. So I think that's a place to start, is at least over 6. I think we've seen enough projects that we probably shouldn't even really start considering it until that point. And then if we're up around 10, then it seems to be much more feasible. So don't ask me to provide any published literature to back that up. That is just from working with many engineers over the years and through their experience.
Hi, Janine. We have one more question for you.
Sure.
This is from Chris Fisher from earlier this morning. As we try to answer the question about how much space is enough in restoration design, and we ask ourselves, should I or shouldn't I do a project at this location? Do you have suggestions for how to resolve this question?
Oh, Chris, thanks. That's a tough one, because there are so many things that come into this. I mean, there's clearly the space. Do we have enough room? But that's only one part of the picture. And the first 10 years of my career, I worked for the NRCS, and I did a lot of stream stabilization work. And one of the things that I really learned from working with the landowners is they really need to be willing. They need to be a full participant. They need to be fully engaged and understand why we're doing it, the goals we're trying to achieve. You might look at that property and think, oh my gosh, this is perfect. We could do so much good work here. But if you find yourself in the role of trying to convince a landowner and they're reluctant, I think that's a big red flag. Maybe they're just not quite ready. And maybe you need to walk away and do another project and work with that landowner for a few more years until they're ready. So I think the kind of socioeconomics, the social constructs around it are probably as important or more important than some of the other work that we do on the technical side. A lot of us are just trained as scientists, as engineers. That's what we really want to focus on. But I think so much of the work that we do is very much on the social science side of things, and making sure that this is a strong partnership and we're all moving forward together.
Anyway, oh, there we go. Thank you. I think we've got.
Yep, great. I have one already queued up for you. And then we'll hop into the audience, but you guys have been great with sending in a lot of online questions as well. So we're trying to keep up with both venues. Phil, one came in for you a little earlier that we need to get to. Just was, what was the design approach for the modified example in the mine tailings reach?
The design approach from the standpoint of, I guess I would need a little more specificity in what they're talking.
Yeah, Tracy Bowerman, are you online to add that clarification in the chat or?
I will say that that design approach was a little bit of, I mean, there was some cut and fill and there was some, I think we haven't gotten to putting any wood in there. It was just trying to demonstrate it. So I didn't do the design. That was, I mean, some of that was Sean Welch and some others in the Grand Ronald watershed that are working on that. So I'm not really the best person to answer that. I guess I should have said in my talk, there's several of us that have been working on that and putting those pieces together. So.
Okay. I'll go one more from the chat and then queue up the room. There was a question for Morgan. What's the relationship between your work and how the work informs the floodplain module in Tim's HARP life cycle model? It's a very in-depth question.
Yeah, that is a good question. Maybe Tim should actually answer that one. What is the relationship? So right now, the work that we're doing is not incorporated into the HARP model, the stuff that Tim talked about explicitly, but it could be. And I think the only difference there is that we have not done our floodplain model, inundation modeling, and the HARP stuff in the same location yet. But were those two things to come together, we could pretty easily incorporate our inundation dynamics with the HARP model, I think. Do you want to comment?
I can add how we do it now in the HARP model. So in the HARP model now, we base everything on generally a historical reference or a natural reference. So we use the GLO notes where we can to map out what kinds of floodplain habitats were there. And that gets the large ones. And then the smaller habitats, most of them are captured in the NHD water body layer. So we can take those and figure out or make an estimate of which ones we think were natural and which ones are new and not natural. And then we also estimate the amount of side channel that was out there from reference sites in the old maps as well. So that's all based on the historical condition or a natural condition. And this new approach is something that we will try in the interior Columbia, and it's based on modeling different flows in the current conditions. So, you know, we may have to modify what's going on in the channel in order to make that model work to get to a natural condition. So there's a little bit of a mismatch between the two, but I think it certainly can inform the estimate of habitat area, which is what we would get from that.
All right. Do we have any questions from the room? For anyone? You've all listened. Any more in the chat? Oh, sorry.
I'm Becca Wassel with Mid-Columbia Fisheries. Phil, when you were showing the example where the modified restoration design was going to protect the reach with a lot of active Chinook spawning right now, I was curious about the constraints on design for that project. It seemed as if sacrificing some years of spawning in that reach was probably not on the table as an option. And I would be interested to hear how those discussions went and what kind of time horizons were considered in thinking about that.
That stuff is all still being discussed. So those were just some conceptuals that were put together to kind of compare some extremes of, what to do there. So there isn't anything, I mean, the discussions have just been that there's concerns about the Chinook spawning and what needs to be done to protect that. I mean, I think one of the lessons learned there is that the original restoration that occurred back in 2009, 2010, had they gone down another foot or two, probably a couple feet further on the floodplain or raise the channel up a little more, that we wouldn't be back at this again, probably. It's just that they didn't quite go far enough. But it is, the gravel's in there. I mean, it's really high quality spawning habitat. And it's actually, there is rearing habitat in there. What I didn't show is what we've discussed doing is showing the juvenile habitat and what the trajectory of that is, because as as the flows come up and you flood that floodplain, you're going to get a lot more juvenile habitat. So there's some trade-off there. So it's all still in the works and there isn't anything really set in stone. I was just trying to show an example of some of the constraints and some of the tools one can use when trying to think about which techniques might be appropriate. And yeah.
Any further questions? Any thoughts? Anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
Is Paul Power still on the? I just had a question on that South Fork and Kenzie project. He said something about moving the anthropogenic materials, the berm materials, whatever else, and it sounded like retaining the existing bed surface. And I was just wondering if he salvaged that bed surface and then put it back or something like that.
Sure, yeah, sorry for the confusion on that. What had happened when the Army Corps dredged that, they dredged the channel and then spoiled that material adjacent. So what was left in that riverbed in the pre-project conditions was old glacial material. It's the armor that the water had eroded down to. So that wasn't what the contemporary riverbed should be comprised of, right? What the real riverbed should be made of was those materials that had been spoiled in levees and berms adjacent to the river. So the restoration is to take those original riverbed materials, bury that glacial material with them, and then put the water back on top of that. Did that help?
Hi, this is a big one, but how do we embrace dynamism and some of the uncertainty that comes along with things like stage 0? I think a lot of project proponents would like to implement that on the landscape, but more and more we're asked to define these very specific metrics, maintaining pool depths or thalweg depths at in the main stem for passability. So we're being driven by very technical, quantitative engineering questions in our field. I think that's driven by the review process and the funders. And stage 0 doesn't seem very compatible with those kind of evaluations. Does that make sense? I think it's a cultural thing. We're being driven by engineering in this field. And I think there's a desire by proponents to build in more uncertainty. I don't know if you can speak to that.
I'll start. One thing I see a lot of in restoration projects is the concept of SMART goals. And I'll just say it, I hate those. I think that's a business concept applied to uncertain natural systems. And it hamstrings us. It pretends, well, it kind of forces us to define quantitative metrics that end up measuring what we're doing not the success of what we're doing. I would personally like to see a greater focus on indicators as opposed to, so indicators of success, sort of like the root cause concept. Are there things on the floodplain that tell us that we're broadly successful in a systemic way? I think riparian vegetation health is one of those. I'm sure there are others. That's my opinion on the topic. I think we have a lot of growing to do.
I'm sure that Janine and Paul probably have something to say on this, but I'm going to speak to it from a monitoring and evaluation standpoint. As someone who's often asked to design the monitoring and evaluation of restoration projects, I think that I think those targets are still, setting quantitative targets on things for the number or area of side channels or pool habitat. I think that's still compatible with it. It's just that you need to realize that when you have a dynamic multi-thread channel, where those are on the landscape or on that valley are going to change. And that's one of the lessons from going to some of the reference sites, is you can see that they, these channels, and looking through the aerial imagery on those reference sites, you can see those channels are winking on and off, and even the main channel is moving. But altogether, there's probably still the same amounts of habitat, or, there's obviously some variation from year to year. So I think you can still design a dynamic design for a dynamic system. And it's just that those things are going to change where they are along that valley, but you'll still have them. If you're trying to keep them all in the same place, that's a different situation.
Do Janine or Paul want to make any comment?
I would love to step in if we have time. And I think this is I think this is a fantastic question and so very relevant. And I loved Nick's figure, and I took a picture with my phone when he had it of the barrel and the stave missing on one side, and kind of that lowest denominator is going to limit how much our recovery potential is. And I think a lot of times these people, I shouldn't say people, I think these notions of protecting a given habitat element or spawning substrate or a spawning area can be inadvertently the things that make the failure, that didn't let us reach our potential. And like Phil was speaking to below, if we would have lowered 2 feet lower, we would have had it. I think a lot of times it's those kind of things that get in the way of us reaching our potential. So I would just throw that out as a caution. Embrace it. Yes, things are going to shift, like Phil just mentioned. It's not going to be in the same spot it was. It'll be over here. Same thing with the South Fork. We think about spawning. We went from 2 reds, Chinook reds, and that for whatever, 5-6 decades, to now we have several hundred. Trust the system to work, and it will.
I'll add a couple of comments on that as well. It's a fantastic question. And I kind of agree with Nick in that, these metrics that we're still using were really developed for linear channels. They are very channel centric. So we tend to report things in, and this reminds me of large wood. How many pieces per mile do we need to put in? How many pools per mile do we have? What is the depth of those pools? And everything still is, well, a lot of things are reported in this very linear fashion. And I think we need to start thinking more spatially. And as Phil said, there's different types of habitat. They're kind of blinking on and off in different places over time. And it really is this dynamic mosaic. And I think reporting these in acres, and there may be other ways to do this. I know the Forest Service has been working on coming up with some different metrics and monitoring protocols, because we're finding that using that kind of old system on evaluating a project, we can look at it and say, this is fantastic. We have hundreds of reds instead of 2. And yet if we use the metrics, it can show that it's actually the same or worse than before we started. And clearly it's not capturing that complexity.
Could I just follow up? I think that in terms of the, because I'm just following up on Janine's comment about some of the metrics. You know, I think this is one of the big advantages of, again, using remote sensing, because we can map the whole valley with LiDAR or some of the other aerial imagery on the vegetation side. So you really can quantify that, and reporting it in, you know, not in sort of acres or area. There's also some different indices that have been developed that we've been using to monitor floodplain projects that show some promise. The Morphological Quality Index, which was developed in Italy and applied elsewhere in Europe. There's some river complexity indices. So there's some other, we probably need to do a better job on some of these indices. But again, I think we can, you know, the mapping with LiDAR and the classification of these things, I mean, a picture is worth 1,000 words. On these kind of projects, on large floodplain projects, or a project where you're really doing some big changes, I don't need statistics. I can show you the differences on a map. You can see them, and then we can show the total area that's changed. And that's why I had that table that had some percentages. We also had a table that we were putting together for a couple projects in the Grand Ronde that just kind of went through all the different potential metrics so we could monitor, and which of those for floodplain projects, and which of those are really appropriate for a valley bottom, stage 0, anastomosing, whatever you want to call it, type restoration project. Because looking at sinuosity or you know, bank full width to depth ratio, those things aren't very informative on those projects. And then we can also map at different flows the stuff, the amount the habitat's changed, and that's another factor that can be done. So I think there's some ways to, I don't know if you're going to get away from being asked to have those targets in the design, but there's some ways to do that, and some different metrics to report, or just reporting how much the area or percent change you're expecting to be maintained through time. The resiliency piece on this is really that these things are maintained through time. And that's always, you know, the challenge. I mean, I think a lot of the stage 0 restoration projects show great promise, but we haven't been monitoring them that long. You know, and what we see at some of the reference sites is we still see that, you know, occasionally they incise and go through this whole thing again. So, anyways, I think there's some ways to work around it. I like targets and goals on stuff. So I'm not a, you know, someone who's going to say, hey, you shouldn't have those. I think you're going to have them, but we probably should use some different metrics or ways of measuring.
Well, to segue onto that one, there's a follow-up question for Sir the Brain Trust up there. Phil's passing the mic. So what are your thoughts on considering the enumeration of process goals, like considering a sediment budget or wood loading goals in design?
Okay. Yeah, I'm a sediment guy. Thanks for that question. As you can tell from my talk, I think we should always be considering the processes that drive recovery. Sediment is one of them. The influx of wood is another. And I'll just put a plug in for a project we just finished in the Upper Grand Ronde, where we created a planning level sediment budget at the watershed scale. It cost, so this is about a 500 square mile watershed. It costs about equivalent to the design of a small to medium sized restoration project. So pretty small dollars, but it really gave a picture of the diversity of sediment deposition and flux through the watershed. So I think in addition to those very basic tools that I showed today, we have more sophisticated tools that are not going to break the bank and are going to give us a lot of value. I think wood is sort of we have even more to figure out there. So I think it's all important if we're really serious about working with the river and having an informed picture of how we think these projects are going to evolve through time.
on the wood side, it presents some real challenges on, well, first of all, we can monitor the wood and the change and the dynamics with it through either aerial imagery or LiDAR. Obviously, there's some issues on the floodplain with if the vegetation's really heavy. But I think the challenge there is a lot of these projects, we're dumping in huge amounts of wood. So, you know, there's obviously going to be go from a very low level of wood to hundreds or even thousands of pieces of wood, or looking at the accumulation. So I don't know that it's all, you know, longer term, it might be a good metric, but typically there's going to be a huge change in the amount of wood. So it's probably using the remote sensing to map the accumulations and where the wood is located. Being my training being more originally in fisheries and fish, I would say that the wood, where the wood is interacting with the channel is really where we see the big benefits to fish habitat. But having it on the floodplain, so when the river moves, that it's, you know, has something to work against is important. But yeah, that's one we still need to work on. But I think the remote sensing can help with that to some degree.
Okay, I had one more for the panel. Would you agree that the appropriate metrics to measure restoration uplift for salmon recovery are simple? They're the increase in habitat area, diversity, and resilience. So simple.
Are we each supposed to say yes or no on this, or what?
It's a nice open-ended question.
I generally agree. I think there's a question about how you define resilience. I won't get into that. The one I would add to that list of three is dollar value. We live in a world of not dollar value, dollar spent. That way you can make a comparison of value versus cost. This, as much as we hate to admit it, it's a funding limited landscape. This is a capitalist society. We're always going to be funding scarce. And at some point we need to start measuring value from our projects. And I don't see that really ever. It's hard to measure bang for the buck, but most of the time we are not measuring that in a consistent way. And I think that's a big gap.
Other thoughts from the panel?
I do like the sentiment. I like simple things as well. It is challenging to define what those are, and Phil went through some of those in his talk, as did Nick. So I think it is important that we try to do these things as cost effectively as we can. So as simple as we can make them, I think is really important. Just as Phil just pointed out, or Nick just pointed out, we're always funding limited and we can only do a certain number of things. And so finding those few things that tell us the most and not worrying about getting everything, I think is really useful.
Thanks. Well, if it's all right with folks, we'll release you after this one last one that popped into the chat right before the bell. Lastly, guys, on the watershed scale, when does it become a better use of funds to simply purchase additional floodplain for conservation as opposed to going through the often expensive design construction process? At what response times might we be comfortable with letting the river restore itself? How patient versus proactive should we be?
I'll start with a little bit on the first one. So when you first stated the question, I was thinking of restoration versus protection. So when they say buying land, I was thinking of buying land that's in good shape. And I think that is really important to a degree, but we also have to remember that you're not getting any new benefit from that. You're protecting what you have. So you're trying to keep the, for example, if you're talking about a salmon population, trying to keep it from going down, you're not letting it go up at all. So, but that protection is an important piece. You don't want to lose your investment right now. But the restoration side is also really important, and judging between those two, like when you do one, you know, I think a long time ago, I wrote something that said, I'll have to find new words for it because I can't remember what words I used, but kind of the acuteness of the problem. So if you're, you know, like populations are super low, you're at risk of losing them. I think doing the restoration is really important, even if it's expensive. If your population's in pretty good shape and you can afford to protect, I think that's a different situation.
I was thinking of my response and I didn't listen to everything you said, Tim. So maybe you covered this, but I think that you know, it's about the recovery time, I guess. If you're just going to, so there's a couple things. One is that we often have to purchase the land or get an easement before we can do floodplain restoration anyways. And so once you do that, the question becomes, well, can I wait around for this to recover? What's the recovery time on that? If you're not buying and protecting high quality habitat, it's the recovery time. So it's kind of getting on your acuteness issue there, Tim. I think it's thinking about the recovery time. And I think the reason we're doing all this restoration is because we can't wait for 100 years, or, you know, for the channels to aggrade, or 200 years for the trees to grow and fall in the stream and aggrade the channel, or we can't wait for the next ice age to come and level out the mine tailing piles. So we're doing all that. That's why we're doing all this work, and we've got species that we're trying to recover. So I think it's a question of what's the recovery time of those sites and what are our priorities on, you know, the fact that as much as we like to talk about all kinds of other species, we're trying to recover listed salmon primarily in our region. And so it's, you know, that's why we're at this, and it's the recovery time of the site that would have to come into consideration.
I think Paul had his hand up, and then we'll have to close it up because people do need time to walk to wherever their chosen lunch spot is.
Can I just add one bit to that last one? And sorry, but on the first question, I just wanted to say, I think we need to get better at engaging landowners, and we need to build incentive programs that basically pay people, and it doesn't have to be acquiring their property. I think people are realizing this, but we need mechanisms that really engage people truly financially and allow us to change the riverscape to get people out of the floodplain. The only way we can do that is by paying people, and we need multiple mechanisms. Thanks.
If we still have a second, I was just going to back up to the previous question about the metrics. And in my mind, as I'm sitting here listening and thinking, I think one of the most important elements and kind of the first order driver of that is the Z element, right? What's the elevation of the alluvial aquifer relative to the valley floor? That's, in my mind, that's what's governing the unification of the river to the valley. And so I think a lot of things and the fears that have come up that we've been talking about today, for example, stranding and off-channel habitats and things like that. When you have an alluvial aquifer that sits at the surface and is sub-irrigating all those habitats, those things of isolation where we look at as a fear for a current single thread channel become a benefit for fish in a connected river valley, right? They're free in an area where they can grow and they're not being predated on, things like that. So it creates, again, the diversity and complexity that I think is important for these organisms to have multiple habitats connected and available to them.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Feel free, if there's questions you've still got in your head, put them in the chat or ask these guys over lunch. Take them out to lunch. They've earned it. They've done really well. Thank you. We will reconvene at 1:30 for further interest and conversation. welcome to our afternoon. First presenter is Steve Fortney, a fluvial geomorphologist from Gray and Osborne, Inc. And his presentation is Understanding Current and Historic Floodplain Processes in the Upper Columbia region in order to set river rehabilitation targets.
Thank you. Let's see if I can operate this clicker. Okay, great. So thanks to all the presenters this morning. It was a great collection of talks, all related to floodplain science and different types of treatments that are used to reconnect floodplains. So I'm not going to present a lot of new stuff. I'm going to get into some details about some of the same stuff that presenters this morning talked about. And hopefully I can cover everything in a short 15-minute time span because I have a lot of slides. But I am going to first give a brief overview of floodplain processes, including a description of, the variety of forms that we see on the landscape, and then I'm going to mention a few of the tools that are available for confidently and accurately reconstructing the history of floodplains. And then finally, I'll end with a high-level summary of probably I'll only have enough time for 2 of these case studies where researchers have successfully reconstructed the history of floodplain formation. And these case studies are important because they provide land managers and restoration practitioners with an understanding of how floodplains have evolved over time and what that pre-disturbance condition is and what that target condition for reconnecting floodplains should be. These systems that were studied in the eastern US and in the San Rafael River in Utah are highly modified systems that have been impacted for years by a suite of different land use changes. So floodplains, just as a review, floodplains in combination with active channel make up the valley bottom of a river. A variety of different landforms can confine the valley bottom, including glacial deposits, alluvial fans, bedrock, and cluvium. What's important to know is that these areas of floodplains are areas of sediment storage, but they're also sources of sediment to the active channel and to downstream reaches. So floodplains are inundated by a variety of different flows, like folks this morning have talked about. Some floodplain areas are inundated at low to moderate floods, while other areas of floodplains are inundated at the largest floods in a hydrologic regime, and the current hydrologic regime, such as the 500-year recurrence interval flood. Folks, including Janine Castro, spoke about the ecological importance of floodplains. When they're connected, they improve water quality by storing and filtering water. They provide refuge for juvenile fish. They provide food for fish and support the growth of riparian vegetation. In a seminal paper on the geomorphology of a Pennsylvania stream, Woolman and Leopold in the 1950s created a conceptual model of floodplain formation. It was based on the balanced rate of sediment exchange between an outside cut bank and the inside meander bend point bar. They speculated that this was the dominant type of floodplain formation process in many streams in their region and throughout the US. In addition to point bars and cut banks, sequences of natural levees and troughs are floodplain forms that the result of lateral accretion processes. These scroll bars record the history of lateral migration across the valley bottom, and the sedimentary architecture of scroll bars includes a base layer of channel deposits overlain by layers of fine sediment. And in bedload systems, these active channel deposits are going to be comprised of gravel and cobble, as opposed to in suspended load systems, they're going to be comprised of fine sediments. However, since Woolman and Leopold's description of their conceptual model of lateral accretion, there's been a lot of research that has been completed to document other types of floodplain formation processes. One of the most common type of processes that's responsible for floodplains is vertical accretion, which occurs when floods overtop the channel banks and deposit a fine layer of sediment across floodplain surfaces. This disequilibrium process results in the increased elevation of a floodplain surface. So when, for example, low-lying portions of a floodplain, such as secondary channels or paleo channels, are filled in with fine sediment, the previously complex topography of a floodplain becomes uniform. Other examples of floodplain processes includes shifting of primary channels can lead to the abandonment of bars and islands. And these conversions of bars to floodplain patches is a common process responsible for the maintenance of multi-channeled systems. Using results from a combination of stratigraphic evaluations as well as geochronologic dating techniques, including radiocarbon dating on the Queets River, Abbey and Montgomery developed a conceptual model of floodplain formation that could be applied to other similar types of gravel bedload dominated anabranching river systems. So they built their conceptual model of floodplain formation based on Nansen and Croke's abandoned channel accretion model, but included in-stream wood as a significant influence on the growth of these floodplain patches. So wood jams, in-stream wood jams prevent local erosion and lead to the formation of old growth forest patches. The positive feedback loop of trees falling into the channel, forming jams, facilitating the vertical accretion of sediment, in turn creates a surface that supports the growth of future forests, is a model that can be used to explain how anabranching systems are self-sustained. So like I mentioned before, Nansen and Croke, they created a classification system that described 6 different types of floodplain formation processes. I've talked about the lateral accretion process that Woolman and Leopold had described in their 1950s paper. There's the vertical accretion. Oblique accretion is just simply when layers of sediment overlap banks in a way that they dip towards the active channel. There's a braid channel accretion, which is similar to what Montgomery and Abbey documented in the Queets River, which they called logjam induced accretion. And then there's also counterpoint accretion. In addition to these depositional processes, floodplain morphology are highly influenced by erosional processes. So, for example, when rivers erode cut banks, the banks and form cut banks, that's an erosional process. Floodplains can also be eroded in different ways during flood events, and chute cutoffs can form. Meanders can be short-circuited, and meander cutoffs will form. The abandonment of a main channel and the formation of a new channel occurs during avulsions. Layers of fine sediment can be stripped off the top of floodplains during large floods, and increases in channel width can also erode significant amounts of floodplains. So a variety of different tools can be used to confidently and accurately characterize floodplains and quantify the history of floodplains over time. And in order to determine which processes are responsible for these changes in floodplains, it's important to quantify these rates of changes. So a combination of tools such as geochronologic dating tools and stratigraphic analysis has been used successfully in a variety of different studies to identify floodplain processes and how they've changed over time. In addition, the repeat photography of aerial photographs is a very valuable tool for documenting changes in channel width, but also which portions of the floodplains have eroded over time and which have experienced deposition. I'm not going to get into some of these other tools that are available for identifying both valley bottom extents and the types of forms and processes we see on rivers, because some of the presenters earlier today went and covered some of those tools, but like, for example, hydraulic modeling, relative elevation models, and traditional superficial geologic mapping. Now I'm going to get into a brief summary of the research that was conducted in the Eastern United States and summarize the results from Walter and Merritt's work, where they documented the changes of valley bottoms since the 1600s. And they determined that over 65,000 mill dams have been built in many of the low gradient systems throughout the eastern seaboard. And these mill dams had a significant influence on the character and the morphology of the valley bottoms. These mill dams ranged in height from anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, and sometimes were at such high densities that mill dams were only separated by 2.5 to 5 kilometers in length along a reach. They used a combination of different tools to reconstruct the history of these floodplains. They used a stratigraphic analysis, as well as paired with geochronologic dating tools such as lead-210 and radiocarbon dating. And they determined that the valleys that they were studying had not actually incised, but there was a significant amount of sediment had filled in behind these mill dams, anywhere from 1 to 5 meters in height. And below this accumulation of sediment behind these mill dams was a preserved layer that they identified as the previous wetland valley bottom surface. So you might think that in this picture of this cross section of the valley bottom that this channel is incised, but it hasn't. The hydric soil and wetland layer, that's that thin brown layer, was actually the pre-disturbance wetland that they concluded was a low gradient anti-branching system. And so this is important because it helps researchers and scientists understand how channel systems evolve over time. And Kluwer and Thorne took this work along with work from others around the world to revise channel evolution models, and included this stage 0 anastomosing stage as a precursor to Shum's channel evolution model from 1984. They also added 2 successor stages to account for aggradation prior to a valley flat wetland anastomosing reach type. A lot of work had been done in the American Southwest to document the evolution of valley bottoms over time, and researchers have learned that there were periods of entrenchment and alluviation that occurred over the last 2,000 years in the Holocene. And in some of these river systems, the valley floors unzipped by 25 meters in depth. In some research that I did about 10 years ago on the San Rafael River, I documented the changes in the different attributes of the river and channel system since this period of entrenchment, and looked at how the changes in channel geometry resulted in a river system that looked like an irrigation ditch. Mechanisms that were responsible for the changes in this river system included a significant withdrawal or decrease in stream flow as a result of significant water withdrawal in the headwaters, as well as the continued supply of fine sediment through monsoon floods and an invasion of non-native woody tree species called tamarisk. So you can see here in this hydrograph that there was a significant decrease in stream flow. We used stratigraphic analysis and dating techniques that leveraged anatomical changes in trees to document changes in the channel and floodplain. And we saw that in some places the river incised and in other places it didn't. But what we saw throughout the entire length of our river system was that there was a significant amount of inset floodplain formation. So what we determined was that by sleuthing and putting on our detective hats and comparing 1925 longitudinal profile with a 2009 longitudinal profile, that incision only occurred in a few places along the length of this 85-kilometer reach. And in fact, aggradation occurred in some of these places and there were no changes in other places. So these types of studies are very useful for developing conceptual models for how rivers behave, how floodplains evolve over time, and whether or not bed elevation is something that needs to be addressed, or whether or not the vertical accretion of inset floodplains is something that needs to be addressed in the treatment of reconnecting floodplains. So thanks for your time, and I think I went over.
Thanks, Steve. I think if you don't mind, we'll hold questions for later. Please feel free to put any in the chat if you have them. We will try and provide some time, maybe during the breakout sessions or something. We'll work our way around that. So the next presenter is Matt Holland, the Natural Resources Specialist for Chelan County Natural Resources Department, and he's speaking about the Middle Entiat, the restoration effectiveness monitoring.
Really excited to be sharing some of the work we've been doing up the Entiat. And why is this not showing? Oh, gotcha. Cool. I put together a Esri story map. I shared this with CDLT, who kind of put together, or over time accrued the properties that we did these projects on. And we are far from the only people working up in this area, as you all know. We did about a 6-mile stretch of pretty continuous restoration. We did 4, as the county, we had 4 project areas. Just above us at Area A, the Yakima Nation had a project, and kind of down lower in Gray Reach, Cascadia Conservation District had Area E. So I just want to get into a couple of we have essentially 4 different tracks of monitoring that we're doing. And the first of them being the Army Corps of Engineers and Department of Ecology permit compliance. And this is basically just looking at wetland creation and rehabilitation, as well as channel creation, and kind of just tracking our project goals. And we do this through hydraulic modeling or monitoring, including ground and surface water monitoring, photo points, both ground and drone, and then vegetation monitoring. I'll get into more detail in a bit here. And then we have our adaptive management plan with BOR, basically just assessing the stability of these structures and their function, and identifying any required adaptive management needs. We're also working with Kramer Fish Sciences on doing effectiveness monitoring through remote sensing and some on-the-ground habitat assessments. A lot of what Phil Roney was talking about earlier in his presentation. And then we're also working with the Pacific Northwest Research Station and Hinchinbrook Incorporated on some spatial and temporal scale salmon response to this restoration. And actually, I've got Carlos here a little bit later to go into greater detail because I'm not a biologist. So for the permit compliance, one way that we monitor things and track our project goals is through game cameras looking at staff plates and tracking the timing and extent of inundation in these wetland creation areas. This is left bank at Area B, the Bremer levee removal, and in side channels. This is a right bank side channel to determine when the side channel is activated. It's basically just a way for me to get around having my groundwater wells, in-stream stilling wells smoked by high flows. And because we know the elevation, we can survey in the top of these posts or the top of these staff plates. We can basically look at these timestamps and coordinate them with the USGS gauge, which is nearby, and figure out to what elevation the water is rising on the landscape. And you can pair that up with the DEM. I should note that each graph does not account for the downstream gradient. So these bars, so this dark green here for game camera 1 would correlate to this dark green color being inundated for however long of an extent. You know, here we're talking about like several months over here. And then also we can look at side channel activation, and this monitoring certainly keeps us honest. The intended activation was supposed to be around 500 CFS, but we were seeing activation closer to 1,000 CFS, and could have been part of a design error, could have been a hydraulic modeling thing. It could have been the fact that we've had a couple of years of 2-year flows and some mild aggradation in the inlets. But it's a highly dynamic system, and we continue to monitor it, expecting that it will change over time. Our wetland rehabilitation targets, it's a similar thing. We're looking at inundation and extent, and for how long into the year. We're trying to get within 12 inches of the ground surface for at least 14 consecutive days during the growing season. So I've got a couple of groundwater wells at Area B and about 10 or 11 throughout all 4 of our sites. And we're monitoring 1 foot below the ground surface here. And we can see we well exceed the 14 consecutive days, and can see where water is at the surface above ground level. And again, that can be paired up, again, hyper locally. The values would not quite match up if we were looking down in this relic side channel. But we can see that flows reach this kind of yellow elevation briefly, this lightest yellow, and we have sheet flow coming over this entire floodplain. And confirm that ground truthing when out there during high flows. We also are doing, for our wetland vegetation targets, we're doing stem counts in year 1, years 2 through 5, which we're in the midst of right now, percent cover of native and weeds in plots and transects. Anecdotally, I could tell you in the riparian zone, things are doing great. We're getting a ton of natural re-veg. Some of these upland plots were hit pretty hard by the heat dome a couple of years ago, but we are confident that they will hopefully do better in the coming years, which dovetails nicely to our adaptive management plan, which we're working on with BOR. And these start with as-built documentation detailing changes to the engineered design and structure function surveys to basically denote if we're meeting the targets of each of these structures. Are we driving scour? Are we activated at the intended discharges? Are we causing lateral migration with each structure? We're also doing high flow drone photos. These are annually repeatable. We can go to the same X, Y, and Z coordinates, same gimbal pitch, and get these repeat photos that can tell us a lot about how the river system is changing year to year. We're also doing cross sections, and it's based on LiDAR data as available and survey data. And this is just recording changes to the topography in response to restoration actions. We can look at some data. This is really fresh LiDAR data. We only got it a couple of weeks ago, so I haven't fully dug it in yet. But yeah, we can look at these red lines is the 2015 LiDAR, which is not green LiDAR. So we actually can't see below the water surface like in this figure here. And then we have our 2018 LiDAR plus the 2020 as-built structure survey. We basically stitched in the structures into the 2018 LiDAR. And we could see this little protrusion here of the structure, and then this deep scour pool that formed over 3 years of spring flow. And then the profile view moving upstream to downstream here, we can again see that scour pool develop. And then where we did a levee removal, you can very obviously see the levee here, a deep channel, and then this green line there was obviously some aggradation in the channel, moving the Thawag a little bit towards river left and aggrading a bit of sediment in this wetland depression that was on the other side of the levee. And you can see the same kind of thing in the wetland creation profile going right down the center of the levee, and see this as-built surface is a lot flatter, and then the river's kind of done a lot of work here in channelizing and creating all this roughness and complexity. We're also doing ortho imagery, tiling all these photos, looking straight down together, and it creates really high resolution photos that we can analyze. We can create photogrammetric DEMs for comparison, and it's all geolocated, so we can manipulate it in GIS and take measurements, area, cut, fill, all sorts of great fun stuff. And it becomes really powerful when you can compare pre and post project. You can compare year to year during low flow and try to identify differences, areas where you had wood accumulation or scour deposition. You can look at high flows versus low flows and to what extent your inundation is occurring. And then you can also get a digital surface model, or a DEM, but I take this with a grain of salt. This is not, it's not LiDAR data. You cannot really see through trees. There's some kind of algorithm that you can get a DTM, but I take it with a grain of salt, especially once you introduce some survey methods, you can get way better accuracy as well. But we do luckily have LiDAR comparisons because we're putting a lot of weight behind the monitoring of this. And this, I'll talk about this for the work that Kramer is doing. But again, we recently got new LiDAR, so we can difference the 2022 LiDAR from the 2018, and the survey. You can kind of see these structures essentially stitched into the DEM. And then we can see spatial patterns of erosion, which is marked by these blues, and aggradation, which is marked by these reds. And you can kind of pair these with those cross sections and profiles to make a bit more sense. Kramer or Phil really went over most of what I'd talk about in this section, so I'm not going to spend a whole ton of time there. And he obviously will do it a heck of a lot better than I can. But some of what they're doing, again, remote sensing and some ground-based habitat surveys. They're comparing between pre and post restoration with LiDAR and running it through the geomorphic unit tool, the GUT. And basically, they found that pre-restoration, all of these reaches were dominated by pools and glides and lacking heterogeneity. You can kind of see in this table here. And post-restoration, this is forthcoming, so stay tuned. But we should see an increase in geomorphic complexity, and it would create more of a patchwork of these geomorphic units and create a lot more complexity. And it should increase certain metrics that he was talking about earlier, decrease others, and then some would vary on the landscape. Additionally, they did some snorkel surveys to look at species and life stage and just where fish density was, as well as some eDNA in some off-channel habitat to see how it was being utilized. And they plan to do that post-project as well. Finally, another thing they're working on, again, he talked about the HSI model. It's simplified. It's the hydraulic model, which BOR is going to be running for us here pretty soon, I think. And plus a species and life stage, plus velocity and depth preferences. Because we're changing the geomorphology of this project area, we're expecting the HSI pre and post project to change. So you can see all this red here for juvenile Chinook. That's ideal habitat and all off channel during the 2-year flood event. So now we're expecting to connect to a bunch of that habitat and hopefully increase the amount of suitable habitat. And cool. Soon I'm gonna, in a few minutes, I'm gonna have Carlos come up and talk about his section. He'll go into more detail than I did here. So I'll just scroll past a couple of his things for now. Some things I've been kind of toying with on the side and haven't officially made part of our monitoring program, but I think are really interesting for communicating with the public. Just using videos of fish utilizing the habitat that we're building. Apparently I can't, this video won't load here. Tracy Bowerman told me, so I can direct people to it in the future. But we're also doing NDVI analysis to track vegetation growth through time. This data is dirt cheap. I think I paid $1.50 for this multispectral imagery to do this analysis. This is on Upper White Pine in Nason Creek. The NEAT projects aren't quite there for the re-veg effort, just because we're like 2-3 years out now. Wildlife usage, we can see moose, cougar, all sorts of large animals utilizing the habitat. And this other fun thing I've been playing with, particle velocity tracking, to track how hydraulics are interacting with project features. All make great ways to communicate with the public and kind of show what our projects are doing. And I can wrap it up now.
Thanks, Matt. Matt loses 5 minutes of drinking time. All right. So we will, again, sorry, folks, but we'll hold questions, but feel free to add them. We're more than happy to get as many answered as we can. Next, we'll have Carlos Polivka, and he is a research fishery biologist with US Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station. His presentation, evaluating the spatial and temporal scale of salmonid response to in-stream habitat restoration. Thank you.
Thank you for having me and giving me the chance to come and actually talk about fish. So this is going to be a talk about how to, it's a thing I've spent a lot of time on, and it's about how to monitor fish for evaluating the success of restoration projects, including floodplain restoration. But I'll be talking a little bit from a little bit different perspective as I go along here, and I'll wrap it up with a sort of a prospectus for floodplain studies in the near term. Primarily, what I want to talk about is some methodological approaches that will get at the question of the spatial and temporal scale of detecting fish responses to restoration. And so I start with engineered log jams, or ELJs, and these exist, of course, not just on floodplains, but in any type of reach. And I've been studying ELJs for quite some time, and I don't mean to continually come to these meetings and force my perspective on ELJs down your throats. And I don't intend to make a career of showing every possible way that showing you in every possible way that ELJs work. The real point of my talk is to say, in studying how fish responded to ELJs, I developed some analytical approaches and methodological approaches that can be applied to restoration, in particular floodplain restoration. So one of the motivating factors is this Upper Columbia Regional Technical Team Tier 1 data gap. And it's asking to specifically that. What is this? How does spatial and temporal scale affect the results or affect your ability to evaluate the effectiveness of habitat projects? And so what I'm going to summarize today are some data from last year in the Eniat River, where there's multiple restored segments in each of the multiple restored reaches in each valley segment, the upper, middle and lower valley segment. Matt just told you about the middle Eniat, and we include that too. And then there's looking at the spatial scale. I shall show you how to differentiate between habitat scale and reach scale effectiveness monitoring, and then the temporal scale, looking at these results, and even though it's just 1 year, looking for concordance with a lot of the work I've published previously on the subject from the same study system. So here's the Eniat Basin and the upper segment. There's a couple of sites up there. Here's the middle Eniat with area A, B, C, D, E, and F. And then the lower Eniat that's got several sites where there's restoration, and we actually have several reference sites down there that are unrestored. So the first scale at which I will talk about is the habitat scale. And this is basically just taking mean abundance data and using normal statistical approaches to evaluate it. And we combined the sites in the upper and the middle Eniat over there on the left, and there you can see that there's a lot of variability in the data. Some of those data points are not super, are not popping out super, but there is a lot of variability. But we are able to show that in the upper and middle Eniat, and this is just remind you, keeping in mind this is just one season of data, that that for Chinook anyway, Chinook density is higher at ELJ habitat than at untreated habitat within the same reaches. And then in the lower ENIAT, we actually have the ability to look at reference sites that have no ELJs in them. And we have this three-way comparison here where we look at ELJs, untreated habitat within those restored reaches, and untreated habitat in untreated reference reaches. And so the fact that those two are the same mean that the fish that you've added at ELJs is not simply from redistribution of fishes. And this is a technique that we published back in 2020, and applying it here shows the same result, that Chinook are indeed more abundant in the lower ENIAT and at ELJs than compared with untreated habitat. So it summarizes that. Chinook density is higher. That comparison in the lower ENIAT is what I call a type 1 capacity increase. You can read about that a little bit more. And then we did this analysis for steelhead, and then it turned out as for coho as well, because there was a surprisingly large number of coho in the Entiat River this past in 2022. But there was no habitat scale response for coho or steelhead, which means that these were only partially consistent on a temporal scale, because we did see over the long-term effects on a positive response by steelhead. Okay, moving to the reach scale. And this is a little bit complicated, and I'll try to explain this as clearly as I can and as quickly as I can, but we use this to move to the reach scale. We use this linear technique, linear analysis of what's called an isodar. And I don't have time right now to explain what an isodar is or even why it's called an isodar, but it's just these linear projections up on an axis in a state space of density in untreated habitat on the x-axis and density in treated habitat on the y-axis. And so what you do is you go within each treated reach and have sample untreated habitat, which is your mean, and take the mean of that in that reach for the x-axis, and then mean of all the treated habitat, plot that. And so each data point here represents a single reach. And so it allows for a reach scale analysis, because it incorporates all that site level variability that I showed in the previous slide. And then you just basically do a regression analysis to generate the isodar. And you look for the slope of that isodar to be greater than 1. And it's got to be statistically greater than 1, which means that the 95% confidence interval around the slope cannot overlap 1. So what do we have? Well, what we mainly have is in the lower ENIAT for Chinook. That's this red line here on the right, in the figure on the right, for those watching at home. We have a slope greater than 1, and whose confidence interval does not include 1. So that in the lower ENIAT, Chinook at a reach scale are showing a positive response to restoration. And although there's a steep increasing slope for Chinook and for coho in the upper and middle ENIAT, we actually do not see that that slope for Chinook is driven by a whole mess of data points, all the red data points that you see there. And then the coho slope just barely overlaps 1, so it's not quite a legitimate. It's an isodar that's not showing habitat preference for treated habitat. So to summarize that really quickly, this is actually wrong about coho, but Chinook in the lower ENIAT only, the densities are higher with restoration than in unrestored reaches. The coho, that's a mistake because of that confidence interval just barely overlapping 1. And then we found again no reach scale response for steelhead in any of the valley segments. And then, so this result is a result we've seen before. The result for lower ENIAT Chinook is one we saw before, and that's the only consistency on a temporal scale. So the third methodological approach is mark and recapture studies. And what mark and recapture studies allow you to do, in the past, I've shown that habitat affinity for habitat created by ELJs is a strong behavioral response to that particular restoration technique. So what does that affinity then signify on the scale of a biological response such as growth over time? And so it allows us to ask, is there a growth advantage for ELJ pool residents versus late summer downstream migrants? What do I mean by that? Well, individuals that stay within a reach with ELJs present might achieve I've shown in previous studies that they do achieve a growth benefit from remaining in ELJ habitat. So the question is, what if they continue there well into the season or even overwinter there? We didn't analyze overwintering, but we did do a mark recapture study in that area B that Matt was talking about and compared it with downstream migrants at a WDFW, captured at a WDFW screw trap down in the lower 2 kilometers of the river. So out migrating and overwintering downstream compared with staying in the middle Entiat. And what we see here is a size advantage. In orange, these are the individuals that stayed. These are different time points. At different time points, and we see that the larger individuals are those that stayed up in the middle Entiat compared with those that were migrating out early on. So this can have implications for even at the level of doing life cycle models where you have to consider what the par to smolt survival is. Well, is the par to smolt life stage going to remain in the river? Or is there going to be out migration into the Columbia? So that sort of sums up what we were doing with the ELJs. Now what my research group and I are trying to do now is to apply these same techniques and conceptual approaches to floodplain reconnection and its effects on salmonid life stages. So we have this set of questions that we're proposing to approach, and we're applying for funding to do this research now. Which life stages are using the different available off-channel habitat when the floodplains are activated? It can range from fry to any yearlings that overwintered there, and or age 1+ and 2+ steelhead juveniles. Another big question that we're interested in pursuing is how much stranding. So stranding was mentioned earlier this morning as an issue when dealing with, or when proposing to restore floodplains, and which species and which life stages could possibly get stranded. And then how would any abundance and growth data obtained from studies in floodplains then change predictions of life cycle models? And how would even further long-term data change life cycle model predictions? And then we're also proposing to move out of the Entiat subbasin into other subbasins. And does this confirm with the response to restoration efforts that we've observed extensively in the Entiat? So that's all I have. Just a quick thank you to, first of all, to my collaborators, Keith from Hinchinbrook Incorporated and Stina Greep also from Hinchinbrook, and then the county, Matt at the county, and then other support from Chelan Douglas Land Trust for property access, private landowners for property access, and funding sources, Chelan County Surf Board, the Washington State RCO, and the Pacific Northwest Research Station, my institution. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Thanks, Carlos. We do have a couple of minutes actually for questions. So if anybody has one right now, please feel free.
Nothing? What is an isodar? You want me to go? Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks for that. with, I guess I'm always interested when I see like the lack of response for steelhead. This kind of gets back to the earlier work, but, and maybe I've asked this in years past, do you think that's more, what are you seeing in terms of the abundance of steelhead at the structures? And do you think the lack of response is because the structures are either located in habitats that favor Chinook, deeper, slower, or that they're creating habitat that favors Chinook, and that actually the structures aren't located in shallow, faster water riffles? So are you seeing enough steelhead or micas in those areas that you're sampling, and then they just don't show a response? Or is it actually that the restoration is located in areas that don't favor that species?
Answer to that is kind of complicated, but briefly, for at least for this past year, which is all the data I showed was just for the 1 year, steelhead abundance was very low for the season. And so that we've had steelhead have been a problem child all along, in that there are some years where they just don't seem to be responding to the restoration, but they were just flat out in low numbers this past year. As far as the restoration and the competition between Chinook and steelhead, I actually have a paper in review right now that is that deals with that, and it actually is sort of similar to what you're saying, that steelhead, what the restoration is doing is the deeper a pool, the deeper and slower flowing a pool it creates, the more it favors Chinook. Now, shallower ELJ habitat will still support steelhead, and steelhead will still occupy shallow and deep ELJ pools, but the deeper and slower it gets, the more it favors Chinook.
So I'm Brian Fisher from Manhattan Salmon Recovery Foundation. My question is, with your larger Chinook, do you know if that's a growth effect or basically a habitat selection effect, or do you have any sense of that?
In this particular, for this data set, no, because we didn't track individual growth. I have a study out that's that does track individuals through time at ELJs, and there is a higher growth advantage to being in ELJ pools. I don't know if that exactly answers your question. Is that there's it. Oh, yeah, it's a growth effect from the previous data. Can't 100% say that for this.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to the next presenter, who is Aaron Rosenblum, the project manager from Cascade Fisheries. He's going to be presenting on the Merritt Oxbow Reconnection Restoration Project.
This together. It's been a great event so far. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, so I'll be talking about a project that we just completed this past summer. I've been working on it since I started at Cascade Fisheries almost 4 years ago. So decided to share with you guys what we did out there, and I'll talk about a few challenges we overcame along the way. So I use this guy. Okay, let's set the stage a little bit. This project took place in Nason Creek, River Mile 10.8 through 11. Nason Creek is one of our most important tributaries to the Wenatchee River. It's got a real high proportion of the spring Chinook and steelhead spawning in the basin, all 3 ESA species. An important place for fish. It is also a pretty impacted river. It's definitely an Anthropocene river. Nice term, Paul. You can see some of those impacts even from 50,000 feet up. So there are actually 4 different linear features. That's line Nason Creek, hem it in, transect it for much of its length. So the Highway 2, BNSF Railroad, 2 different power transmission lines. Take those also with some residential development And what you get is Nason Creek is really impacted and it's unable to get up onto its floodplain. So what we were hoping to do with this restoration effort, at least at the project scale, is get some water back out onto the floodplain and reestablish a connection to a couple of oxbows that are out there. Yeah, so goals, we're a fish-centric organization, so not just get water out there, but we want to get our fish out there too. You know, floodplain, a great place to grow juveniles big and strong. And then address some of the highest priority ecological concerns for this particular reach, floodplain connectivity and side channel habitat, both among those high priority concerns. A little more specifically, diving into those SMART objectives and metrics. Great conversation earlier today. By the way, thanks for folks who contributed to that. So we excavated a new side channel, little under 700 feet. That's how we connected main stem Nason Creek to the oxbows. That's what you see in progress right here. A little bit of excavation down at the downstream end of the oxbows to plumb everything into an existing side channel, creating one nice long side channel. And then the side channel, of course, is connected to, there's two oxbows, an inner one and an outer one. Our hydraulic models said a little under half acre of inundated floodplain at low flow and just under 2 acres at the bank full event. And to help achieve all this and really just promote floodplain engagement, we raised the bed elevation of Nason Creek about 3 feet. And I'll talk more in depth about what went into that. Okay, so let's orient to the project a little bit here. First, I'll start and say that the two different landowners for this project, the Douglas Land Trust and U.S. Forest Service, both very instrumental in making this project happen. So thank you to those of you who helped with that. Okay, so Nason Creek flowing from left to right on your screen there, that's west to east. You can see the two floodplain oxbows there on the north side of the river. These, of course, are channel scars. This is where Nason Creek used to flow. However, Nason Creek is now much straighter and much farther down. So these oxbows are actually only connected roughly at the 5-year flood flow and higher. So not super useful for our salmonid species. The other thing you'll notice here in this photo is the railroad immediately bordering Nason Creek within our project area. So not only impacting that the river function here locally, but that also impacts kind of what we are able to do from a restoration standpoint. The railroad wasn't going anywhere. So given those constraints and goals, this is the design we came up with. So that blue polygon there, right in the middle of the river, that's where we raised the elevation of Nason Creek. We called it a constructed riffle. And then right there at the crest of that riffle is where our new side channel took off and headed out on the left into the floodplain and ultimately connecting with those two oxbows. The other thing I wanted to mention on this slide here, all those little green dots that you can see, those are documented spring Chinook spawning locations. More on that in a second. So yeah, let's talk a little bit more in depth about what went into making that constructed riffle. So the process was, of course, first install cofferdams, isolate your work site from flowing water. Then we start digging up that native stream bed. Typically about 1 to 3 feet down is what we did down to our subgrade. Haul all of that native stream bed up into our staging area and mix it with a lot of imported rock on the order of about 2,000 cubic yards. One of the regulatory requirements of the constructed riffle was that it had to be stable at the 100-year flow event. So to do that, we need a lot of big rock. So that's what you see here. The native stream bed there is kind of the darker material by the bucket, the excavator bucket. And you can see a lot of the bigger boulder and cobble type material there in the foreground. And then the two real big boulders, those are probably approaching our D100 size material, which was 43 inches on the intermediate access. So mix all that up together up on the staging area, load it back into the haul truck, dump it back into the river, get it graded back out where we like it. And that's what it looks like. We're just about finished, putting the finishing touches on it. I threw this slide in here to help illustrate how much we raised up the bed elevation. So you can see the finish grade of the constructed riffle. That's the not worked on side yet, flowing on river right. So about a third of the river is flowing on the right side for a pretty high July flow for Nason Creek. And the finish grade of the constructed riffle is higher than the water surface elevation. So once we're done with the first side, flip cofferdams over and repeat the process on the other side. And that's what it looks like when it's all finished. This photo was taken in the fall. We had a pretty dry fall, so it's pretty close to base flow. So you can really see one of the features that we designed into this constructed riffle, and it was a regulatory requirements providing a low flow fish passage. So we have a kind of an 18-foot wide notch right through the middle of that thing to make sure we meet those low flow fish passage requirements. There were also high flow fish passage requirements, some requirements for basically roughness. So on the spectrum of, I think Bill showed it earlier, this is definitely in the highly engineered realm of the world. The other thing I wanted to mention, circling back to spring Chinook spawning, there were on the average about 1 to 2 reds per year that were spatially right in the same location as that constructed riffle. Because of the riffle material so big, it's not going to be suitable for spawning. So some direct impacts to spawning habitats. Definitely, we think some actual benefits will happen too, but there was a lot of back and forth with the services and WFW, just about all the different requirements for this riffle. It took a lot to get there, but it was well worth it. I'm really glad we did. Really essential in helping raise the water up, get it out on the floodplain, and locally raising that groundwater table as well. So the other important part of getting water onto the floodplain, of course, was that little excavated side channel leading over to the oxbows. So just a couple of photos showing that. This is right at the top end of that. We built this apex wood structure, pretty much aligned right where that riffle crest is. So the two of those will act in concert, help backing water up and pushing it down that new side channel and out onto the floodplain. This photo is taken probably about 2/3 of the way down of the excavated portion of the side channel. And I threw it in here just to show, even though we raised up the bed of Nason Creek 3 feet, we still had to dig down quite a ways to make those elevations match. So had we not raised Nason Creek up that just 3 feet farther down, we would have had to dig to make this project work. So it really illustrates, the degree of incision and degradation with Nason Creek that we're working with. Here's a look at the finished products. This is towards the top end of the side channel, looking back down to where that last photo was taken. This is at the bottom of the excavated portion, right where it meets with the oxbows, looking in the upstream direction. And then from that last photo turn, basically 90 degrees. Now we're looking and what was the oxbow, looking back towards where water is flowing towards Nason Creek now. And then behind me in this photo is where the majority of those inner and outer oxbows are, which are now connected to Nason Creek once again. And here's a picture of what that looks like. Here, this is the outer oxbow. We didn't do any work really in any of this area, but it's now accessible to all of our fish friends. Okay, so before and after, this is the before photo once again. And then there is the after. So this is drone imagery. It was taken in early November, so about 3 months after we completed the project. Again, still pretty low flow, so you can see water flowing down our low flow channel on the constructed riffle there. Water flowing out off onto the floodplain, and a lot of water being stored out in the floodplain. Actually, a ton more water than we would have thought, and that's because where we left off, our partners in restoration, Castor canadensis, took over. So those of you with really good eyes might be able to make out a couple beaver dams. I don't know if that's the laser. There's one right there. And there's actually one right channel spanning in the main stem right on top of the riffle crest. So the two of them acting together, yeah, we got a ton of water out there on the floodplain. So that's great to see. The other thing I'll mention real quick while I'm on this slide is the other kind of major regulatory hurdle we had to overcome for this project. And it's probably one that most who do floodplain restoration are familiar with. And it's specifically when we're trying to restore the connectivity of isolated wetlands on the floodplain back into the active riverscape. The regulations, just the way they're written, they don't make it easy to do that. And it's all the more frustrating when you think that the only reason they're isolated wetlands in the first place is because of all the anthropogenic impacts that we humans have done to our rivers over the past 100 years. So I'll leave it for that at that for now. If folks are interested in the details, I can talk about it later. Just a couple more slides here. Went for a swim once the project was over. This is 3 days after the equipment took off, and dozens of juvenile Chinook hanging out. This is underneath the apex jam at the top end of the side channel there. And yeah, our friend the beaver, this is that dam that's in the oxbow, the side channel. It'll be really interesting to see how this project evolves with so much active beaver activity. Once we get a few high flows in there, see what happens. So I'm excited for that. Just a quick thank you to everyone who made this project possible, funders, landowners, folks that came out and helped with all the various fish removals, technical reviewers. You know, it really takes a village to make these sorts of projects happen. So thank you to everyone who did that. And how'd I do? 1 minute. All right.
So I think if you don't mind, we will hold questions. We're kind of back to running just a little bit late. You've got two options. You can put them in chat, or you've got a little sticky pad on the table in front of you. You can write them on that if you like. We've slightly amended the agenda. We'll allow a 15-minute period once the final afternoon presenter has finished at 3, I believe. We'll allow a 15-minute question session then, and then we'll take a break for tea, coffee, or whatever you need before we get into the breakout session. So if you can hold your questions just for a little while, that would be great. So moving on, the next presenter is Mark Ingman, Resource Specialist for Cascadia Conservation District, and he's presenting on the Upper Wenatchee Low-Tech Restoration Project on Eagle Creek. Thanks.
Well, thanks to the Upper Columbia Board, all of you and your time. Grateful for the opportunity just to say a few things about this project. So it's just a real kind of jump in and look close in on a low-tech project, one and among a number of them that we did with our partners. Maybe I was kind of joking to myself, thinking this is that part of Paul Powers saying you just need to jump in and make some mistakes. That was kind of a good way to look at our year. We didn't have a ton of experience. This goes back to 2020. Just prior to me and a few others, there was an initial kind of pilot stage for low-tech restoration in the Upper Wenatchee and actually in the Little Chumpstick, and that was in 2020 on one private parcel. I think it was around 7 structures. And then this past season, we jumped in and kind of went head first with a lot more implementation across 7 parcels, 1 Forest Service project site. So Little Chumstick Creek, Eagle Creek, Potato Creek, a little over 100 structures, including the BDAs, PALs, and JAMs. And we also did a lot of wood placement. While it's in my mind, I'm going to agree with Janine from earlier that we probably needed to think more laterally and measure a little bit less in the linear direction and more in the acreage. So we're going to do better about that. So I'd like to hopefully in times future tell you how much wood placement in an acreage or how much, you know, treated area in an acreage and not just linear. And then coming up in 2023, we plan to scale up further with a lot of the same areas as before, but also Stormy Creek. And all of this is possible, really. I was thinking about, you know, what is the big kind of headline thing in this? It's like, well, I'm really wanting to focus on scaling up this type of restoration. Even at that number of, say, around 100 structures, we're still at a trial stage. So we moved from a pilot stage to a trial stage. You know, according to the low-tech manual, you have to be up in several hundred structures, up to 1,000 structures before you're really implementing at scale for low-tech restoration. So it's kind of a lofty goal, but I feel like that's worth throwing it out there. And so scaling up, our impact really was based upon scaling up our partnerships. And that comes back to working with Cascade Fisheries, Trout Unlimited, Forest Service, and others in the area. Because it's very labor intensive, very resource intensive. And so that's made a lot of this possible. What's unique about how Cascadia, our conservation district, has done restoration is that a high proportion has really been on smaller parcels. So when I look around at others that are doing similar restoration, they're usually up on the Forest Service land, federal, state lands, large parcels. We've somehow, for better or for worse, decided to get in the crazy venture of working with as many landowners as we can on all these little chopped up parcels. But as I'll note later, there are some advantages that come with that. And then, yeah, I've talked about scaling up. So sorry for no map on Eagle Creek. I realized I should have put something up there, realizing not everybody knows where Eagle Creek is, but it's about 8-minute drive up from Leavenworth, about 4 miles north of Leavenworth as part of the greater sub watershed of Chumstick Creek drainage. So obviously we've already seen this model a few times today, but I wanted to and I think this gets back to that indicators idea. I'm really keying off the plants in this. So I think maybe this is a little bit different. You can see this alder and some of these other trees starting to fall over. And for me, I felt that we were, again, in that lower right on Eagle Creek, we have a combination of in this kind of degradation where we have an incised bed, channel bed, and then that we're trying to grade. But then we're also seeing what I feel might be a stage S3 or 3S rather, where we actually are hyper stabilized and in just kind of a stasis. So obviously, and that's Alex from our team doing battle with some reed canary grass. But whether it's, you know, what I'm calling a dogwood matrix, where you can't get in because the red osier dogwood's so thick, or reed canary grass, nothing's going to spur that forward, whether that's, I think we're trying to move more counterclockwise on this wheel to actually grade and get us back closer to the stage 0. It's not going to happen if you have invasives or sometimes even successional natives holding the hyper stabilizing that the bed and banks. One little thing here for our implementation. We moved really quickly on this, and I think that's an advantage of low-tech restoration. We went from grant applying for funding to implementing in 90 days. I don't necessarily think that's something special about us. It's just that it can be done that quickly. We also have a couple archaeologists on staff, so that helps move through with the cultural side of things. This is, I should say, funded by the Washington State Conservation Commission, so funds going through the CDs in the state, and mostly focused on increasing the planting or vegetation along streams for that cold water refugia. It's a new source of funding. We're looking to do more of these projects through what we call the SRF with the Conservation Commission. The 2 parcels here were just over 60,000 in funding, which that's the planting, the BDAs, the maintenance, the design, permitting, everything. 26 BDAs. I guess these are our metrics we're looking at here. But our 26 BDAs across 2 private parcels for the Eagle Creek project site, and around 40 linear meters. And this number's wrong. It's actually closer to 450 native plants on the 2 parcels. And again, our partners were key to making this happen. Oh, and one quick thing. So we found some experimenting with how to suppress native or non-native plants, sulfur cinquefoil, reed canary grass in this area. So we used some end run paper from a printing company, and then also put down some wood chip mulch. So we'll see how that goes. Design objectives, like a lot of others. So yeah, we are trying to grade the incised channel to reconnect with the floodplain. We have incision at around 1 to 2 meters in this area. And of course, increase the riparian vegetation for cold water refugia, the whole food web, so forth and so on. And then increase structural wood. So it's like where's the pals, the jams, the wood that we bring into the stream. And then deep pools for beaver. This is just kind of a quick sketch of some of the more important areas of where we were enhancing the riparian. So we were actually bringing in those native plants, and really the big thing about this, and it's one thing to kind of learn about it, it's another thing to actually see it happening. When we were planting, I'll go up here into this property. When we were planting here on this edge, we were hitting the moisture that was already existing because we were planting the same day as we drove the BDAs in. I was hitting soil moisture here at whatever, your 1 gallon pot was, nothing, dry over here. But then by the end of the day, we had raised, you'll see the photos, we'd raised the water level enough, we were irrigating our plants. And so I can't really stress enough how significant BDAs are when put in combination with plants at the right site. And this is a pretty good example. You can see it here. I like this. Alex did up this graphic here. Is also her starting out with this reed canary grass removal that you've all seen it. It's pretty serious adversary. And then it cut down to, there's probably only maybe a few inches, 6 inches of water in the creek. And then at low flow, late September into October here. And then all of it removed. The straw from the reed canary grass already started to catch in the BDAs before we could weave and started to raise the water level. And then you can see the new stems out here planted in and the water levels rise, but just kind of a story by pictures there. And just some quick lessons learned. Basically, yeah, we do a lot of smaller parcels. There's more coordination, more relationship building with private landowners. But I think it's a unique fit because sometimes there's places where beavers aren't desired or a particular landowner isn't crazy about beavers for whatever reason, but that's a great time you can bring in BDAs. They're kind of innocuous. And then there are other times where we have a landowner that's like, yeah, I want the BDAs and I'd love to have a beaver in my backyard. So it just depends, but they kind of fit a nice place there sometimes when beavers aren't quite as welcomed. And or when there's infrastructure, we're working with on these private parcels not far from, say, Leavenworth, where there are the homes, infrastructure, culverts, et cetera. So, but also being near in these private parcels, we're also near population centers. So we don't have to drive 2-3 hours round trip to hold a tour for people to learn more about beavers and their benefits. And we've been finding there's been ambassador landowners that want to reach out and connect us back with more people. And so anyway, all that's to say is it's more in the visible kind of public eye to work on these private parcels, as challenging as they can be. And word tends to travel fast. So I feel like up in the Chumstick, we've had a lot of people really coming, even sometimes contacting us first, wanting us to do work on their land. And then, some of the outreach and things we do, volunteer for projects. Sometimes the landowners want to work on the projects. We're looking at Beaver Fest. We should have a Beaver Fest, Bird Fest and spring tours. And we do our newsletters, youth activities. This is the Discovery School students out at our Eagle Creek site, putting in native plants. Lessons learned. I think I've kind of talked about that capacity building idea. Scaling up partnerships for scaling up our impact. I think that's kind of a way I would summarize. And because it's extremely labor intensive, a lot of resources have to come together to make these projects work. We're not contracting any of it out. We're doing it all ourselves, at least right now. So it's great to see people coming together around a common cause. Again, that picture of the youth. One little thing, I'm kind of finding it interesting to experiment with different post sizes, different driver hydraulic pounders, and each site, as you know, is different, and it's kind of like cooking or something. You use different ingredients for each site, and you find that nice combination that fits and works for you. And so it's been a learning curve, but it's nice to try different types of equipment and posts. Ideally, try to get them real local. Oh, speaking of local, this was an idea where we actually experimented with what we're calling wild posts. So these came from thinning projects off of wildfire, or for wildfire preparedness, a thinning project, and we actually drove in some wild posts, and challenging, not perfect yet, but we're going to keep trying to turn wildfire fuel to habitat. And right sizing our approach. So I think just to say, with monitoring, we know we need to increase our monitoring. At the same time, we want to right size it, because if we kind of over monitor or don't monitor, say, to those indicators like vegetation, the fish themselves, we want to really make sure it's right, because we really don't have a model for how to monitor these types of projects, as they're still somewhat on the front edge of restoration, and some of the kind of channel, main stem, river type monitoring isn't quite exactly the way we want to go. So we want to right size it as we continue to scale up. Okay, and everyone loves to weave. These students love seemingly making water out in the landscape and acting like beavers. Any questions? Or maybe we don't have time for questions? Okay. I have my contact info there if you have anything you want to ask. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. There will, again, be time for questions shortly, so just keep them in your mind. Our next presenter is Michael Della Russo, project coordinator for the Wenatchee Anti-Beaver Project, Trout Unlimited, and his presentation is Beavers Build It Best, Restoring Historic Functions to Rock Island Creek Using Beaver-Powered Methods. Go Beavers.
So first off, I want to just express how grateful I am to be here today, not only attending, but presenting. I'm fairly new to restoration work. Only been in it for about 1.5 years. So I've learned a tremendous amount today, and all the presentations have made me really energized to continue this work. And today I'm just going to talk a little bit about our low-tech process-based restoration work in Rock Island Creek. So just a little bit of background. Rock Island Creek is this enchanting stream that meanders its way through the shrub steppe of Douglas County. Our goal there was to restore the historic wetland function to this system. There was a lot of landowner knowledge in this watershed. Landowners can remember a time when beavers used to occupy the stream. They were sharing stories of watering their horses in the ponds and fishing there as well. The beavers are gone from this system. And with them, so are their ponds and the benefits that those ponds provided. The objective of this project was to install beaver dam analogs to create the new pools and ponds, induce channel meandering, reduce channel incision, and expand floodplain and wet meadow habitat in the Rock Island Creek watershed. This area provides critical habitat for greater sage grouse for juvenile rearing, and then also for native red band rainbow trout. I want to take a second to thank our partners and funders. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NRCS were critical throughout the planning and implementation of this project. Funding came from both the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and from Microsoft. And then during implementation, having staff from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NRCS, Cascadia Conservation District, and Pheasants Forever was so important to getting this project done, and we couldn't have done it without any of these funders or partners. So now I'm going to get into the implementation. We've talked a lot about BDAs today, but I think, it's important to talk about them some more, so I'm going to. In September and October of 2021, we installed 25 BDAs over a quarter mile of stream. And these included both deflectors and channel spanning BDAs. So I'm sure everyone knows, but I'll just go over it in case people don't. A BDA is just our approximation of a beaver dam, where we pound post it in the stream bed and then weave it with native weave material to try to both pool water and then also to try to deflect water into the opposite bank. This deflection will help erode sediment, which helps to encourage that meandering, but then also delivers sediment to the stream that can be graded at the channel spanning BDAs downstream of it. If I can figure out this clicker. So here are our BDAs after implementation in October of 2021. You can see that like the width of the stream has just increased dramatically because of the weaving that's occurred there. And so as this water pools up behind this BDA, the sediment's dropping out and grading behind the structure. This aggradation and then also increased water depth helps to raise the water table, which is expanding that wet meadow habitat that is so important, not only for the fish that live there, but also for the greater sage grouse, which are a state endangered species. And if you look further downstream from that BDA right there on the right for everybody looking on the crowd, you'll see that there is quite a bit of incision. I wish I had some more pictures that could really demonstrate it. But these structures are going to be so critical for raising that water table back up to help reconnect that floodplain. We took some, I'll show a couple more pictures. So if you can remember back to that previous slide where people were using the post pounder to put those posts in the stream, that's that same BDA, just to demonstrate again how that creek went from this wide to now several feet wide where you couldn't jump across it unless you're a little taller than I am. Here's another picture of a BDA that after implementation in the fall. And overall, between the pre-implementation measurements, which we took in low flow conditions, so August of 2021, and then post-implementation measurements, which we took after maintenance in August of 2022, we found a 50% increase in wetted width and about a 45% increase in wetted depth. So really dramatically changing the way water is on that landscape and helping to restore those historic functions that were lost when the beavers were lost from this watershed. So now we wouldn't be the beaver project without talking about beavers. And I agree with Mark that we should have a beaver day. But a huge part of our project is beaver conflict mitigation. And sometimes that results in relocation of beavers. And so when we relocate beavers, try to put them in the streams to be our restoration contractors, to build dams for the same reasons that we would put BDAs in there. So we spend a lot of time at these BDAs or at these beaver dam sites, and we like to learn from these beavers. You know, we really want to honor and respect the animals that have been doing this work for generations, developing this behavior through evolution. And, you know, we're just recognizing that we're not the best at it. When you think of a dam, most people will think two-dimensionally. Most human-built dams resemble a wall. But a beaver dam is a lot different. When you cut a beaver dam in a cross section, you'll see that it's more like a trapezoid. There's a ramp up, a crest, and then a ramp down. And that allows water to build up behind it and then crest over in high flow conditions. And so we tried our best to emulate these behaviors. You know, we wanted to learn from the beaver like any good pupil would want to learn from an expert in their field. And so as you can see, we try to build our BDAs with that three-dimensional approach, making them a lot messier than trying to be the perfect basket weave through those posts. We wanted to add as much surface area as possible. All those sticks, all that plant material is helping to disperse that flow. The trapezoidal approach will help to reduce that scour on the downstream side, which could undermine our structures. And many of you are probably familiar with this. It's you know, reflected in the low-tech process-based restoration manual. And so all that surface area that's in there, helping to drop out that sediment, and all those pieces of vegetation are plugging those holes, helping to increase the ponding, and then, you know, ultimately enhancing that riparian habitat. Just like beavers, we have to maintain our structures. So in August of 2022, I went out to do some maintenance on these structures, and you can see that this BDA isn't really holding that much water, but just taking some time, being our best beaver, trying to locate those leaks. In just a few minutes, you can see the dramatic effect that maintenance can have. And so immediately filling that BDA back up. And that's why, you know, having effective monitoring and maintenance on these structures is so important. And so I want to talk a little bit about our challenges and lessons learned. So access was probably our biggest challenge, which is kind of a double-edged sword. You know, with these BDAs being out in the shrub steppe, away from roads, away from infrastructure, we didn't have to really worry about impeding any, you know, worry about like, oh, if beavers moved into our structures, are we going to have to worry about how they're going to affect a culvert or a road? They're not near any of those, so that's a great thing. Unfortunately, it made it really hard for us to get any equipment or any materials down to the stream. You know, anyone who's built a BDA and who's lifted a hydraulic post pounder knows how heavy they are. And so we weren't really excited and had to get pretty creative on how we were going to deliver these materials to the stream. Luckily, we were partnering with the Fish and Wildlife Service, and they had access to a side-by-side, so that solved that problem really easily. We were also able to use an electric wheelbarrow, and that helped us get the post pounder closer to the stream when that side-by-side wasn't able to. Fire was another one of our issues. If anyone can remember the Batterman Road fire in 2021, that occurred just a few miles downstream of this project. So it's a pretty fire-prone area. When we're working with this equipment, we wanted to be really cognizant of the risk we were taking. And so we pushed our project later into the fall when temperatures are cooler. Each morning we regularly encountered frost. And so we weren't super concerned, but we always had a fire extinguisher on site. I'd say the biggest benefit or the biggest lessons learned from this is how important our partnerships are. We would not have been able to do this project without our partners, without having volunteers there to help us pound these structures in. Having long days out in the sun, hoisting heavy equipment can get really dangerous if you don't have people who can switch out those roles, give people a break, and allow people to recover while others are doing the work. Also, with weaving these structures, they can be pretty, you know, time consuming. You're trying to be a beaver. Beavers are a lot better at it than we are, but so you have to spend some time thinking about how you're going to plug up this stream. So having people to go and source weave material while you're weaving can really help cut down on that time. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about next steps. So we're planning additional phases of low-tech restoration in Rock Island Creek. Just a little ways upstream, we're hoping to ramp up our restoration activities, planning to install anywhere from 70 to 80 BDAs in 2023. The landowners really miss the beavers that they used to have on their land. And so that is another huge hope of their, of us working on their land, is that we'll be able to bring beavers back to their property and then restore those ponds that they remember from using the land for generations. And I just wanted to follow up and say thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think that there is a question period after this. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. All right. So we have time. We can give everybody time for some questions for the presenters that we've had this afternoon. First up, though, I do want to thank everybody for the presentations. I think they've been absolutely fantastic. Both morning and afternoon have been really interesting, and from my perspective as someone who grew up in the South Island of New Zealand, where a braided river dynamic system is more the norm, it's really exciting to hear some of these presentations, and I'd love to see that kind of system throughout the Pacific Northwest. I think it'd be fantastic. So would any of the presenters like to sort of come up? Does anybody have any questions, or are you kind of, anyone in chat? Anyone? It's one question.
Hey, Chris Sheridan, Bureau of Land Management. This is for Steve Portnoy. So I was really interested in your discussion about vertical accretion. It kind of made me wonder about some of these systems where, you know, we're thinking incision's a bad thing. And yet you're showing it's kind of occurring in natural systems. So I'm wondering if you know, without doing a geomorphology study and doing a lot of soil pits, if you're walking along a system and you're seeing, you know, an elevation difference between, say, Scour and the floodplain, in a functioning system, would you expect, just as a head check, for that to be balanced with erosional processes like shoot or meander cutoffs? Or is there another way you can kind of, when you're out in the field, kind of differentiate between a naturally vertically accreting system and a system that's in size because of disturbance?
Thanks a lot for that question. And the reason why I presented the results of some of those studies was exactly related to what you're asking about, because I wondered the same things, especially after conducting the research down the San Rafael River, where it had experienced an episode of entrenchment at the turn of the 20th century. And we did a rigorous evaluation of how the floodplain and channel had evolved during this period of alluviation following the period of entrenchment. And we found that even though the channel looks like an incised channel, the banks are sometimes 3 meters, 12 feet taller than the bed of the river. There are places along the length of that study area where we did not document any incision. And we had to use some clever sleuthing techniques to come to those conclusions. But so because of that study, and I was also intrigued by the Walter and Merritt study as well, that documented no channel bed elevation changes over the course of 300 or 400 years of human impacts in a really broad region of the United States, from Maine down to Georgia, that there, you know, I think it requires us to ask whether or not the system we're working in has experienced bed elevation lowering, or if it's experienced vertical accretion, or the combination of the two. So I think it's just questions that we need to ask ourselves about the systems we're working in. And I don't have the answer, but it's definitely a question that I think about regularly when working on stream restoration projects. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Have one question from the chat for Aaron. How much was the Nason Creek reconnection project?
Is that how much cost? Was that the question?
I am assuming
Okay,
how
yeah.
much, yes.
Our construction contract was for $530,000. All told with design and everything was probably closer to $750,000.
Thank you. Any other questions, thoughts?
Charlotte Axthelm, Colville Confederated Tribes. Actually, a follow-up question for Aaron, if you still have the mic. You mentioned during your presentation that there was beaver recolonization after the project had been completed. Was there documented beaver presence prior to the restoration?
Yeah, great question. We had definitely seen some sign, you know, chew and stuff, and we suspected that the reason the oxbows were disconnected was because of an old beaver dam. You know, there's like a big berm basically between them. But beaver moved in while we still had equipment on site, so that was certainly unexpected. We didn't think they were that close. You know, we kind of, in our adaptive management plan, we knew that beavers should be in there, but this is something we should think about. But yeah, we didn't expect that for sure. Thank you.
I have a question for Mark. Is he still here? There he is. Mark, sorry to put you on the spot. Knowing that you're a gardener, an expert gardener, do you see any, or do you take any lessons from that expertise you have to restoring floodplains and growing plants in floodplains? Maybe lessons learned is the term I'm looking for. Well, I should make sure I say that Alex is really our plant expert in our office. I think it's nice to weave in a little bit of the thought of trying to plant efficiently. And so, yeah, I guess there's an extent to which that paper mulch we were playing around with, we got that donated to us. And, maybe that will work out to be a great way to get one season jump on invasives like the sulfur cinquefoil or the reed canary grass. It's, I guess trying to think multidisciplinary helps, if that's kind of an answer, and gives us some more ideas in the tool in the toolbox or something. But yeah, I've appreciated the value that the plants and trying to grow, wood for the decades out there for the beaver, and the lack of wood that we need, we have to be planting. And at the same time, we're bringing in what is kind of legacy or out basin wood into the streams, from, hopefully somewhat locally, but we need to bring in wood. We need to plant, tomorrow's wood at the same time and find innovative ways to do it.
Thank you. This is a question for Michael with the BDAs. Did you look into how that project influenced fish passage within that reach? And do you have any kind of observations on what the result of that was?
So that's something that I'm not aware of us doing. Back when we implemented that project, I was just a technician. So I wasn't really involved with too much of the higher level planning. I have observed trout above the top, upstream most BDA. Who's to say if that trout was there prior? This is also about 12.5 miles up Rock Island Creek, which I would have to double check, but I'm not 100% sure if that's still in the anadromy zone. When I was there this summer, based on what high flow conditions had done to the BDAs, it seemed like they weren't tall enough that they couldn't be passed, and definitely had some evidence of flanking around the BDAs, which I can't say for certain, but I would imagine would allow for passage around them.
Not a question, just to continue on. Mariah Mayfield with the Forest Service. So we partnered with TU on Potato Creek, and I think that's a great example of fish passage around through BDAs, because 1 year post installation of about 30 BDAs, we got a steelhead observation for the first time in Potato Creek. So they're definitely passable the way that we're constructing them, and whether that was just like, maybe that we were actually having better flows, or it was just a more attractive stream. Anyway, so we were really, because that's a question that we had as well, of you're building these structures, how passable are they? So there's an anecdotal observation.
All right. Well, I think we'll close it off there, but feel free to ask questions during the break, or, keep in touch. Right now, we will
time and a couple batches of new folks. And we talked about permitting and regulatory constraints about getting work done in the floodplain. So they came up with a lot, but So one of the big things was sort of a state federal nexus related to whether or not you exceed half an acre of impact to your wetlands area, because that takes you out of a more streamlined permitting process with the Corps and puts you into an individual permit. And then dialogue about that individual permit then triggers a separate state level water quality discussions with the Department of Ecology. And so they said part of that, once that back and forth happens, is it's challenging to figure out in the state federal handshake who's talking to when and who on what timeline and who goes first for some of their review. So we've heard some stories about things getting sent in early but not getting touched for a while. So jurisdictionally at the state level, we don't know how widespread this is, but some sponsors have had all wetlands treated as jurisdictional, and it doesn't matter the wetland, it's still going to need some sort of mitigation. It's a challenge. So a big, huge thing that really came out of this is sponsors are avoiding complex, larger scale restoration projects with higher biological benefit because of this half-acre exceedance and the challenges that it can trigger at state and federal permitting levels. So they said the regulatory environment right now doesn't seem to favor more complex or challenging projects. And so suggestions or solutions were opportunities for different administrative tools like an HCP at the state level. So maybe an EA or some sort of blanket thing where everybody agreed to X actions and will make things easier. Quickly moving along. So flexibility with the work window as well would be helpful, given that some events happen on the landscape that you can't always predict. Regional advocacy from our region up is important and a tool, and folks suggested trying to get regulatory site staff out often to see your site at concept development and develop shared understanding. It was brought up later that that might be a limitation staff wise for some permitting agencies. So no net rise and the new FEMA rescindment around the mapped FEMA floodways that might be impacted by habitat projects. That was identified as another new permitting challenge on the landscape that folks are having to navigate. And the challenges with that are additional analysis, additional time, and additional money for that work. And then you need the letter of conditional map revision or the letter of map revision. So something else to navigate. And again, different agency folks have different capacity to engage early and often on that shared understanding. And then moving on towards the end here, there were fixes here. So, you know, moving on, folks thought the state could perhaps engage at trying to get better understanding or guidance among state agencies at that level in terms of their handshakes or processes. There was also some question about addressing the county flood insurance and FEMA nexus at a greater than just county by county level, because that's where the no net rise occurs right now. And then lastly, you know, there was concern about all of this causing delays in people's funding. You can lose your money, right? If the conversations don't get concluded quickly or resolved quickly. And then they threw on just added benefits of other permits to think about. Sometimes you might need a state aquatics lands permit. Sometimes you might need a DNR forest practices permit if you're taking any trees off the land in the riparian area. So watch out for those. Other challenges are, again, just syncing up of those timelines. Some people might have 120 days to get back to you, but you might need your permit in 30 days from everybody else. So, and lastly, just people were really advocating for early and often as much as possible, but again, given capacity. And yeah, streamlining forms, finding a common form that both states and feds could use and pick from for the components they needed was also just a brainstorm possible solution from the group. So, all right. That's it.
Thanks,
They did a
Sarah.
lot of work, so thanks, table.
I think your group have got off lucky. So how about climate change? Any comments from climate change? Any thoughts about climate change? Somebody surely has an opinion about climate change. All right, let's try something else. Low tech. Oh, got one comment. Great. Thank you, sir. Well done. Even better. Wait, there's a mic coming to you. So,
All
okay.
right, so we had the low tech table and it was so engaging that nobody left. And despite what you might see compared to Sarah's notes, she writes larger than I do. But we got through a lot of content. Really 3 questions. First question were, what are some of the hurdles you see for low tech here in the Upper Columbia? Permitting came up again in the no rise certificate for low tech practices. Just going through that regulatory process and knowing what that process looks like for, say, a low tech project compared to something that's more it's larger, more intense. We even talked about, going from using wicker weaves and BDAs to actually using some dirt, building it like a beaver, and where that comes in to the regulatory process as well. Other hurdles that we identified, just different ways to, like during project proposals, how you demonstrate the benefits of some of these low tech projects, especially when it comes to smaller streams and the ecosystem benefits. And also monitoring, that kind of goes hand in hand to not only proposing what these benefits would be, but also how you use monitoring when there really isn't very much money for monitoring. Everybody wants you to do it, but they aren't willing to step up to the plate and give you money to do that. So how do you monitor some of these low tech projects to show that, you're achieving success with these projects? I think there's a discussion maybe further for, folks in the region is with the monitoring again. This goes back to something, Nick was talking about earlier, how we use metrics for monitoring, especially with these low tech projects, or, what are the right metrics, or are there other indicators, like more indicators that we can use that tell us how successful our projects are? Hurdles, just in construction, logistics, and access, every project's different. So where is your material coming from? Those are hurdles that every project probably encounters. I think this is both a hurdle and a key to success is just person power. So with these projects, having the labor force in order to be successful and get things implemented on the ground. We'll put another hurdle, just the conversation of fish passage that we talked about during some of the presentations today. I think that's always a discussion that needs to continue with each of these projects, especially with the Beaver Dam analogs. Going back to the keys to successful projects, I think we talked mostly about kind of the implementation, but the planning, material acquisition, and construction logistics. So just thinking ahead on those. Do you guys agree with that as far as, okay. Then we went into another question about other possible low-tech kind of options that might be used in the region. I think we talked about, post-assisted log structures and Beaver Dam analogs. Those are kind of your typical, we'll just call them run-of-the-mill sort of structures. But talked about, kind of wood loading and even like log mattresses. So different formations of that, along with some channel fill, or some projects. I think the Yakima Nation is used in the Upper Columbia, just what I'll call the chop and drop, or using, grip hoist to bring large wood with root balls into the stream environment. talked some of these alternative, Z-dike structures. So one rock dam, Zuni bowls, using rocks if it's in the appropriate setting. Thinking about the appropriate setting of where we would use rock material and where maybe rock material naturally isn't the appropriate material to use. And then we also talked about just part of the logistics postless BDAs. You build it like a beaver, do you need posts? I'll leave that question open. That's about, that's as far as we got. It's the rundown. You guys have anything you want to add? Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you.
Mhm.
Very informative. Back to climate change. Any comments? You guys. You're letting them off easy. All right.
Just so we don't waste time.
At the end of the day.
We joke that this table was serving Prozac and M&Ms because it's very depressing. There was some overlap between both discussion groups. Basically, I mean, climate change is kind of the theme of a lot of what has been talked about today. Basically, the rise in water temperature, the change in water timing over the year, and also how that impacts vegetation and fire risk throughout the year. And the group talked about ways to store water on the landscape, not just, in floodplains, but various methods. And there was some discussion on whether it's more beneficial to let nature kind of take over and show us the way to adapt versus really being aggressive with some invasive species that directly fight against restoration progress. And there was some discussion on potential ways to restore small sections, kind of like the work that Ryan at the Salmon Board, our staff here, was working on, in the private and public kind of patchwork quilt that our land looks like, and how we can maximize restoration efforts in small sections. We also talked about permitting being an issue with the Army Corps and Department of Ecology. And then some topics to maybe dig into more was floodplain carbon storage. That might be an interesting subject to explore. I did that really quickly. Was there anything else to add? We're good.
Thanks, Nicole. So we have about 3 minutes left in this session. Does anybody have any thought they would like to share? Any suggestions before we move on to closing this out? All right, everyone's looking forward to stepping out. So I think we'll just move into closing everything down for the day. I know Tracy wants to address everybody before we do finish up, but first I would like to extend our thanks to many of the people that have helped develop and support this workshop. I think it's been a great one on many levels. So thanks to the BEF, thanks to Yakama Nation for supporting development and planning for the workshop. All our program sponsors, you guys are really important to us, and that includes Wolf Water Resources, Four Peaks Environmental, Colville Confederated Tribes, Priest Rapids Coordinating Committee, and Rock Island, Rocky Reach, and Wells HCP Tributary Committees. Gria and Ariana from Triangle Associates, thank you so much. The Convention Centre staff, and in particular Todd, yay, for amazing AV. Thank you very much. It's been great. And of course, last but not least, the UCSRB staff. You guys have done a fantastic job to pull this together. So thank you. So I think in particular, I think Nicole and Tracy have put a huge amount of effort into all of this. So that's Sarah. I think it's Tracy ready to go.
Hi everyone. I don't have anything to add. I just wanted to say thank you so much for hanging in there. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I just really want to extend my appreciation to all of the presenters, to all of you for participating in this discussion. And I hope that this was really inspiring and exciting to hear this sharing of ideas, and great to see you all get to come together. I'm still closeted up here in my attic. And just really invite you to continue these discussions during the social and as you move forward with your work. So please make connections and ask questions, and hopefully you can incorporate some of these great ideas that our speakers had into your work moving forward. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. And I hope, we all get to have a chat out with a couple of cleansing ales.
You did great. Yeah.
That includes audio and the video on this one. Thank you, Tracy, from me, Todd, from you guys. Thank you so much for having me and doing stuff I won't be able to hear. You can say something if you want, but that's all right. No big deal. Signing off. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Todd.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Thanks, everybody.
Hi,
Brilliant
Tracy.
day.
Were you trying to say something else?
Well done.
Thanks,
you're
Colin. Thank you for attending. I was just saying thanks to Todd, and thank you to all of our online participants as well.
You bet. Enjoyed it. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.